Hello, hello, hello. Woo, how's everyone doing tonight? Wow, I'm really blown out. Why is, oh, you know what? It's probably because of the reflected. It's because of this. Yeah, I think it's because of that, because that's really reflective. How's everyone doing today? Why are you doing this? Why? Play. Spotify can't play this right now if you have the file. It's the internet, Spotify. Play it. Like, just play it. Play it. Dig deeper. What? Click now playing. Dismiss. Okay, play my music. Can't play it right now. What is going on with you, Spotify? What? Spotify says no. You're a business expense, Spotify. You do what I tell you to do. You do what I tell you to do. Spotify. It's so quiet. It's so quiet. This is bugging me. I'm getting freaked out. Okay. Spotify can't play this right now. If you have the file, it's the internet. Like, you're pulling the data. Why? It's because you're missing the apron. It did this for a while, then it stopped doing this, and now it's doing it again. And I don't know why it does this. Like, it just all of a sudden, it just does this. Try different songs. I've tried different songs. I've tried different playlists. Like, yeah, it won't play anything. One sec. I can do it like through the Stream Beats website. I hate doing it that way because it's clunky. This is not. I don't like this. I'm not hearing. Are you hearing anything? Why isn't this working? Yeah, connect AirPod Pro. Oh. Okay. Okay, there we go. Okay. Well, at least we got some. There we go. There we go. There we go. I got music now. There we go. Okay, so I got to make sure not to close my web browser now. How y'all doing today? It's Friday. It's Friday? Friday. The music, it's background music. It's very quiet. You pretty much only hear it if you, the thing is, like, I need to hear it. It throws me way off if I don't have music playing in my ears while I'm streaming. It's just way too quiet. So there we go. Okay. So yes. So hello. Yes, it's Saturday night. I was feeling all right, and now it got all buggy. But now I'm back to feeling all right. It's a bit louder than usual. Let me drop it. Oh yeah, it is. Maybe there. I hate because it. There. It's because it's playing through the web browser, not Spotify, and I think the web browser has like a different volume slider than like Spotify does. Like, I think the web browser outputs a louder audio. Because normally I stream with the audio at -32, and now I've got it at -42. So yeah. Canadian time difference. This is the usual time. Okay, so yes, what are we doing today? What? Now it's too quiet. Oh. You complain about everything, folks. You complain it's too loud, it's too quiet, it's too quiet, it's too loud. You know what? Bam. There. You get to look at this. There. Why is everyone shouting? So yes, what are we doing today? We are not doing Tallboy. We started the Tallboy upgrade and mod series last week. And we're already on holiday. Yes, I know. Reason for that is Tallboy's getting some upgrades. The biggest one is carbon fiber gantry parts from Chaotic Lab, and also a metal tap kit from Detali on Etsy. If you watched Saturday stream, you got links for all this. Anyways, TLDR, we're doing more than that. We are going to be doing a Galileo 2 extruder upgrade on it, and we are also going to upgrade to a BigTreeTech Manta M8P board along with a CAN bus toolhead. However, I don't have those. They are not here yet. So instead of like kind of putting the gantry in and stopping, we're going to deviate from the path a little bit. Keep playing music. Can you play the whole playlist? Keep playing the playlist. Can you keep playing? Oh no. Don't just do one song. Oh, this is gonna be annoying. Oh, Spotify, why did you do this to me, Spotify? Oh. Now it's working. Now Spotify is working. It just decided to have like a little stroke. Isn't live streaming fun, kids? So anyways, so we're gonna take a little detour. So we're gonna pause that for a week, simply for the fact that I'm waiting on those parts. So then we can actually like do an actual full stream of content with it instead of just throw the gantry in and stop, because we're waiting on an extruder and whatnot. So in the meantime, E3D has a new hotend system, kind of, sort of, not really, yes, but yes. Revo High Flow, or correction, not Revo High Flow, Revo High Temp. So what is new with that? You get this thingy here, which is it looks like your traditional heater block, but it's not. It's machined differently, different geometries and everything than your standard V6 block. It is gone back to heater cartridges though, because when you are pushing 500 Celsius, the standard Revo ceramic heater that they came out with, just at 500 C, it's not the optimal design. So at 500 C, the more traditional design makes sense. So they have sent me this. This is not a sponsored stream. Again, I'm not being paid in any way. E3D just kind of said, hey, you want to play with one? I'm like, yes. And they're like, cool, we'll send you one. And now I have one. So that is the story. So it is, let's pull it up here. So there is the whole kit in caboodle here. So there's the heater block. It is a plated copper block. It is rated up to 500 C. They also sent the heater cartridge with it. Now this is I know people are going to comment on it. Yes, it's pricey. That is out of my control. It depends on your budget. You know, if you are printing at 500 C, one of these nozzles is a spool of filament. So this isn't for everyone. Straight up going to preface that. This is not for everyone. Yes, it is pricey. It is what it is. But these heater cartridges, they are built to a much better spec than your average heater cartridge. Let's put it that way. They are 65 watts. They are rated up to 500 C. They are 24 volts. I don't believe they make a 12 volt version of this. Let me find the hot side. Here we go. Yeah, I believe they don't make a 12 volt of this. And then we also have the fancy nozzles, which are also a new thing. So the nozzles themselves, again, you're only buying these if you are doing this. Like this is, it is what it is, okay? So the nozzles are abrasive resistant. They have hardened tip, copper carrier, copper spreader. I had a picture. They had a blog post about it. Here you go. Blog, here you go. So they had a nice little blog post written about it, about like why they chose certain thing. Here's the design of the nozzle itself, the sensors. You can get either PT100 or PT1000. So they sent me PT100, and I'm gonna have to swap it out because this machine has a PT1000. The board in here only does PT1000. I don't have any controller boards that can actually read PT1000 or PT100. So I am gonna have to take the heater or the temperature probe out of this and swap it with the one I already have in there right now. So what I have in this machine already is a mosquito. So yeah. You can forget about this making sense unless your heated chamber can hit 150. Oh. It doesn't get to 150. It gets toasty, but not 150 toasty. We have tried Ultim on here. It does push Ultim. It will push Ultim. Then the front falls off. Hopefully the front doesn't fall off. So yes, so this is not for everyone. A lot of people, oh my God, this is overpriced and blah, blah, blah. If you're using this, the cost of this is like 2 spools of filament for the material you really should be printing with this, okay? The hottest thing, I've got the Ultim. We are gonna play with it, not tonight. But I do have, where is it? Ah, here we go. Some Fadis, nope, that's not it. Is this it? Fadis glass fiber ABS, Where's the stuff? Oh, here we go. 25% carbon fiber co-extrusion, high temp nylon. So this needs to be printed at 340. And I've got stuff up to 340, yeah. And glass fiber reinforced co-extrusion, high temperature nylon. So that's 340. I do have Ultim 1010. I also do have a spool of Ultim 1010. Kisker, yeah. Basically what Kisker is saying, if you are only ever printing PLA, nylon, ABS, a little bit of polycarbonate, you do not need this. This is specifically for a specific market, which small batch production means higher cost, along with, you know, higher quality standards. So the machine we're putting this in is Toastyboi. What is Toastyboi? Toastyboi is my, I don't call this a high temperature printer. This does not have an active heater in it. It is my higher temperature printer. So what that means is I use this for like glass fiber, nylon, that kind of stuff. Like the above 300 to 350 type stuff that really likes being in a hot environment, but this is not actively heated. This is still this is a Voron V 1.8, which I had to go digging to find the files for Afterburner. So the plan today is twofold. 1, get this installed. 2, take Toastyboi here and not make it run on ancient Clipper installs from I don't even know what version of Clipper. 0.9. Yeah, we're 2 revisions out of date on Clipper. So we're going to be installing the hotend, which shouldn't take too long, and then we're going to be doing some firmware updates, and then we'll print. Because Toasty is a little out of date. So you want to be running, you know, at least modern, up-to-date firmware. Yeah, I'm a big proponent of if it ain't broke, just leave it. So yeah, snip. So Toasty is a V1.8. People have asked me if I'm going to upgrade it to a Trident. Nope. It is staying a V1.8. It's got an afterburner in it. It doesn't even have stealth burner. Why? We're printing stuff that part cooling don't mean shit. So upgrading to stealth burner kind of really isn't needed. So the actual upgrade of this shouldn't take too long. This is Revo. So theoretically on paper, if your machine's got a V6, you could drop this in. If you use the V6, but I did do some scrounging. I do have a spare Revo Voron, so we're gonna use Revo Voron. So Revo Voron, I'm gonna have to swap one of the heaters out. Everything else should just plug right in. This should not take long to swap this. Okay, this should not take long to swap this, I believe. So go. Like the only thing I should have to unplug is these two. So I got thermistor, which I'm gonna have to transfer the thermistor from the Mosquito over because it is a PT1000 and my kit came with a PT100. PT100 is more accurate. However, you need a controller board that can actually read PT100. This one does not. This one will do PT1000 stock, and I don't have an amplifier board. Or I had one, I have no idea where it went. So I'm just gonna use the PT100 and just kind of live with it. Famous last words. I know. It do be how it do though. It do be how it do though. Isn't this going to get hotter than the red anodizing on the heatsink? If your heatsink's getting hot enough that you're burning off the anodizing, your heatsink ain't doing a good job there, buddy. So that is that. It's been a while since I played with a. There we go. Okay, so it should just come right out. Oh yeah, I got filament in it. There we go. That's why. Look, it's a sliced Mosquito. So I got to take this all apart. And I gotta go find my aluminum tape. So the first thing we're gonna print is a benchy, obviously. And then the next thing I'm gonna print is a better, because the parts I printed to hold it are just ABS, are gonna be, once we know that it's working, I'm gonna use that high temperature 25% glass fiber. Where is it? Where is it? This stuff. This is the stuff I really wanna play with. So Fadis sent me a bunch of these sample spools. So it's 25% glass fiber reinforced co-extrusion PA-HT. And it's blue. I figure it would be, you know, red because it's hot. Ultim boat. Okay, so first we got to make sure everything works before I dig out the Ultim. Also, I need to hit up like a value village or a, not a value village. Well, actually, yeah, it'd be a value village because I need to get, I need to get like a, my filament dryer does not do the temperatures I need to dry out Ultim. Cause I just got like the, you know, your food dehydrator one basically. I need like a, is this an E3D heater too? Because I bought, like this actually is a high temp rated heater cartridge too. You need to dry Ultim. Oh, I know you need to dry. It is hygroscopic AF. Like if you think some filaments suck up a little moisture, wait till you try, okay, this is the part I hate. Because this is sliced, which means it's, there we go. You have to like bash it out because it's got the stupid putty on it. There we go. So there you go. Sliced Mosquito, first gen. Nothing against them. They are actually really nice hot ends. It's just hard to justify their price for what they are nowadays. Unless you really need them. Commercial aspects, they make more sense. Just need an oven. I don't want to do it in my oven, so I'm thinking of just hitting up a Value Village and buying a whatchamacallit. Is this still alive? Yeah, this is still alive. I actually have insulation on the temperature probe here so that it doesn't melt. Like I actually have insulation and this gold foil on here to prevent this from melting. Toaster oven, that's the word I was looking for. Also, don't forget to like the smash button and do the other thing YouTube people tell you to do. Every stream we give away a spool of Polymaker filament. Link in the video description. Convection toaster, that's it. Now you may be wondering, why am I putting on gloves? Well, twofold reason. One, I've got like all the borosilicate stuff everywhere and it's annoying. Two, E3D actually recommends that you use gloves handling this because of the oils on your skin. You don't want it to get on here and then bad things happen when it hits 500C. It smokes, it discolors, you kind of want to keep it clean. So I need to loosen these up so I can take this out. So this is, like all E3D stuff, they have a serial number and everything. So this is 65 watts, PT100, 24 volt. I need to remove the thermistor and replace it with a PT100. So take out the take out the PT100, replace it with a PT1000. And I'm hoping it is the same size. Otherwise, we're kind of dead in the water. So I have a PT1000 now. Yay. Let me clean this quickly. So I've got... Also, the finish on it is really shiny. I don't want to scuff it. There we go. So this is a PT100 set or PT1000. So you can get this in PT1000 or PT100. They don't offer this with a normal thermistor. Like you need to get a PT100 or PT1000. That's really the only options. And it fits. Woo, we're good. Okay. So that was an easy swap. And there's 2 set screws that hold it in place. So what I'll do is I'll actually come up to the camera here so you guys can get a full cool view on this. Because the actual machining on here is pretty good. So focus, there you go. So you do have 2 screws to compress your heater cartridge evenly. And then you have the thermistor on this side. And it is Revo, so you got your spring right now. And the bottom's nice and flat. And then the E3D is laser engraved in there. So it does look really clean. Don't get me wrong, it actually looks really clean. Of course, there is no sock on it. At these temperatures, you kind of don't want a sock. So I need to find a 0.4 millimeter nozzle. Hopefully that's not the one I needed. So we are going to go with a 0.4 nozzle. That is a nice fit. If I do a lot of abrasives, I probably actually will switch it over to a 0.6, which I believe I have. Yes, I do. They sent me the big kit, so I have like all the nozzles that I would need. Go, that's clicked in. So if you want to see what it looks like, this is what it looks like. There you go. E3D Revo HIGH TEMP. Easy peasy. So this is going in an afterburner. So I have 2 choices. Do I either use generic black Polymaker ABS or Galaxy gray? I'm thinking Galaxy. We'll go with the Galaxy. Why? I don't know. I think it looks cooler. It's gray. That's the wrong one. This is the right one. I could probably insulate my 400 watt enclosure and definitely get it close, but that would definitely need, yeah, well, that's the other thing. This is all polycarbonate. All the printed parts are polycarbonate on this one, I believe, except for there are some glass-filled nylon parts. But the problem is, if your bed is getting to the temperatures where you really want it to be, if your chamber is getting to the temperatures you really want it to be to print Ultim and whatnot, everything in the printer needs to be basically fire rated, in my opinion. It's not something you kind of really want to be fiddling with too much. Like it gets hot. It gets really hot. I am so happy the Revo uses M3s. That was the most annoying part with the Dragons, was the M2s. Okay. So I need to put some heat sets in here. Where's the back piece? This is it right here. How hot? Really hot. Like, again, to print Ultim, like machines that, like commercial, if you are serious about printing Ultim and Peak and those temperatures, you buy a machine. You are pretty much buying a machine at that point. Like, unless you want to fiddle with it at home just because you want the challenge. But if you're actually serious about like, hey, I print stuff for a living, I need to print Ultim and Peak, buy a machine. Just do it. Do it. Because, you know, bodging your own way of doing it is not really what you want to do. There's a reason most of those machines have are ball screw driven and the motors aren't in the chamber and there's water cooling everywhere. It's because everything in the chamber gets hot. But there is a market for that. So for those that want to do high temp. Now here's the thing. They also make a 400C version of this. This is the 500C rated version. They also make a 400C version. So if you want to print like the stuff we're going to be printing tonight, hopefully, which is high temperature nylon, which needs 340, that makes a bit more sense. That makes a bit more sense to get the 400C version, because 500 is quite hot. There we go. That's hot. Let's hold the thing that I just heat setted inserts into by where the heat setted inserts are. Yeah. Smart. Big brain. That's why I make the big YouTube bucks. Oh, by the way, if you're wondering, that's from yesterday. So that's from the Polymaker yesterday. So. Polymaker bite. Yeah, I did find one of my CHTs. I did find a 0.4 CHT, but I haven't tried to put it in it yet, so. Okay, so now I gotta get these wires through here. That's tight. We should be okay. That should be okay. Forgot how tight the cable routing on a Mosquito is, or on an Afterburner. But we should be okay. Get a zip tie. That's not a zip tie. There's my zip ties. Yeah, definitely left a mark. Hot things are hot, kitties. Hot things are hot. How many filaments will I try this evening? Just the one. We're gonna try some high temperature. That might not work. I might have to figure something out here for cable routing. Because I don't think these are small enough to fit through here. I don't think I have zip ties that are small enough to fit through these. Yeah, that ain't gonna work. I'm totally not drilling out a hole for a zip tie. I'm totally not. So everyone, avert your eyes from what you're about to see. I'm not doing what you think I'm doing. Especially with gloves on. Don't know, don't hurt her. There we go. I didn't see anything. Did you see anything? I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. Go. There we go. One more screw in here. Hoping I should have measured how long of PTFE I needed sticking out of the top of this. I'm thinking it's the same amount. Yeah, it should be the same amount. So that should be, nope, not that one. There we go. E3D Revo HIGH TEMP. And it being Revo, nozzle swaps are as simple as that. Easy peasy. Okay, so now this goes into here. Okay, I'm gonna have to move this so I can actually see what I'm doing. Because I think I have to, I'm gonna have to adjust those screws, yeah. So I'm gonna have to back these out a little, just for alignment reasons. Trying to find the hole. There we go. There we go. Hot swap that nozzle. I'll do it when it cools down. I'm not doing it when it's hot. So one thing that I'm gonna like about this more, at least let me double check my statement before we actually get to the statement. Ducks line up okay? They should. This is a Revo hotend. Like this is the mount designed for the Revo. Yeah. So this is something I'm gonna like, because yeah. So this was like that before, yeah. So before it had a skeeter in it, and the thing with the skeeter is the skeeter is fat. Okay. So this is gonna be a lot further away from the ducts than the mosquito was. Okay. The only downside is it's longer. So this is going to be closer to the inductive probe in the back. We may have to switch this over to a non-inductive probe type bed setup if it melts. We'll see. I got the insulation, so we should be okay, but we'll see. So this is further away from the ducts than the mosquito was. You can see how much narrower the block is. So that's, you know, that's nice. Okay, so that's all that. That's all that. That closes down. Tighten this. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. Take my gloves off. Okay, so I think this one is the heater, because that looks, yeah, those wires are bigger. So that's the heater, and this is the PT 1000 or 100, 1000. It's the hot end. I'm sure nothing will happen if I accidentally plug the wrong one in. There we go. I'm just gonna leave those for now. If they become an issue, I'll do that. So let's turn it on and make sure that I didn't screw it up. Because if I did, I don't have anything to back up. Yay, we got lights. Would rotating the block to the front help? Not really. The block is roughly spaced equidistant from the nozzle. The nozzle is pretty much in the center of the block. Because on one side you have the heater, one side you have the thermistor. But you're still gonna get, you know, the block is still gonna heat up to 500 C at most. Okay, so there we go. We are reading temperatures. The extruder is reading a little hot, which makes sense. I've been holding it, but we do have, as what's his name would say, we do have fan spin. So let me just, you know, punch in a number here. And it does heat up. Heats up nice and quick. 3.7 degrees Celsius, 4 Celsius a second. 4.2 Celsius, nice, nice. Okay, so it's not PID'd or anything. Temperature target 0, cool. Okay, so what I am going to do now is put all these in here so I don't lose you. Put you over here so I don't lose you, because once you put it on the pile, it's effectively never gonna get lost. It's part of the pile now. That goes over there. This goes in here. You notice how I bought this like 2 weeks ago and I'm already missing 2? That's always a good sign. So now what we're going to do is update this horribly outdated machine, because we are on Clipper 9. So, where are we? System configuration. Let's download our config, printer.cfg. This is before you could like comment out the bad stuff. I don't think I even have macros on here. I think macros are part of this. Like, I don't even have a macros.cfg. Yeah, I don't even have a macros.cfg. Yeah, it's just all part of that. Okay, so I've downloaded my printer.cfg. Keep. Cool. Let's update this from super ancient firmware. Sound good? Sound good. let's do that. So if you're wondering what's under the hood of this thing, I don't even remember. Let's find out. What powers you, old printer? Because literally, this is from the time when, you know, I would install firmware and then I wouldn't touch the firmware. So whenever I built this is when I put Clipper on it, and it hasn't changed. So we have, I don't even know what controller we have. A Big Tree Tech SKR2. Neat. And a Pi, an old Pi. A Pi 3B. Pi 3B SKR2. Cool. And a fan here that kind of just blows air in, and that does enough apparently. So there we go. So are we gonna do Kiao? We're gonna do Kiao. GitHub Kiao. Ooh, look at this. Okay, so we need Balana Etcher. Do I have Balana Etcher? I should have Balana. Oh, no, it's Raspberry Imager. There we go. SKR2 is not that old. Well, I know, but it's at least 2 years old now. Okay, choose OS. Ooh. Raspberry other. Raspberry 32-bit. There we go. Choose storage. We got that. Let me make sure me Wi-Fi info is in here. Set host name. This is going to be Toasty with a Y. Toasty.local. Enable SSH. Okay, set local settings. Where's the Wi-Fi? Configure wireless LAN, there we go. So this network is, I can never remember what I called the network out here. And it's super annoying. Yeah, I can never remember what the Wi-Fi is out here. Shoot. I could call it what it is inside, but I don't want to do that. Yeah. I think that's it. I think that's it. The fact that I have to find Canada too for the Wi-Fi info is annoying. There we go. Actually, it should be on my phone. It should be on my phone because I got the app. Unify. There we go. Your session has expired. Sign in my account. Yeah, cool. Sign in. Does it not remember my password? Oh, bloody hell. F it. I think that's the thing. Save. Right. Yeah. Oh, no. Right. Yes. Okay. So that's writing. So there we go. There we go. So now we let that do its thing. I don't think I have an Ethernet port on this. The Pi B. Yeah, this doesn't have Ethernet, so I can't just plug in Ethernet. So I think I know what the password is. Pretty sure I know what it is. I thought the imager saved it, but it doesn't. So the phone, no, but the Unify app will. The Unify app will show the password. That's the thing. And the problem is I've got so many stupid passwords for these sites. Oh, here we go. Site B. Okay. So device credentials. No, that's not it. Oh, okay, that was wrong. Okay. 1 second here. Cancel right. That is the password. There we go. Right. Yes. There we go. Okay. There we go. There we go. Yeah, because the Unify app has all your settings for your Unify system. So I could see what my passwords are, because that's where you set the passwords, is in the app. So it's writing that now. So how's everyone doing tonight? How's everyone doing tonight? Because we got, you know, the YouTube apps tell me I should do an ad right now. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to, while this is writing, I'm gonna push the button, because I never pushed the button and I got nothing to do. So I'm gonna push the button. So I think if you're, actually this is, okay, we're doing a test. I wanna see how this works. I wanna see if you are a YouTube, because on Twitch, if you are a channel subscriber, which is the paid, is YouTube membership for Twitch, you don't get ads. I wanna see if YouTube is like that too. So because we're waiting for this to write anyways, I'm gonna push the do an ad button. If you are a member of the channel, your name is green in chat. If you don't know, write your name in chat. If everyone say hi. If you don't know if you're green in chat, just say hi, and if your name's green, you're a member. Let me know if you get an ad in like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Insert ad. Okay. And also, if you're YouTube Premium, you shouldn't get an ad. Because I want to know if me pushing that button overrides it. Because let's be honest, with what, 300 people here, I'm making 5 cents. So if you are a YouTube subscriber, so yeah, so if you are a YouTube member, if you got an ad, let me know. You got an ad, no ad. I got an ad. Okay, so it looks like some people got ads. Okay, not everyone will get an ad, by the way. Not everyone will get an ad. If you joined the stream recently and you saw a pre-roll ad, you wouldn't get an ad. That YouTube's pretty good at not double feeding you ads, unlike Twitch. Yeah, so it looks like channel members will get an ad sometimes. Okay. Looks like channel members will get an ad sometimes. Okay. Is what it is. All right. Well, thank you. I have made 20 cents or something. Actually, I don't even know. It won't tell me how much. But if you do want to help support the channel, the content I create, or the things I do, consider becoming a member of the channel, a Patreon supporter, gifting memberships to others, or checking out any of the affiliate links in the description below. Because that is a more reliable source of income than YouTube ad revenue. That's for sure. Yeah, to be honest, I run uBlock on all my computers, so I don't see ads anyway. And Pi-hole. I gotta reset up my Pi-hole. I had it set up and then it broke. McFly, just so you know, ads are based on your browsing history. Yeah, you should have a skippable. YouTube is changing it. Okay, this annoys the heck out of me. All the ads on my channel, because I do have the option to turn ads on, and I do, this is my job, but I only choose skippable ads. So the longest ad you will ever see on my channel on any of my videos or live streams is a 5-second skippable ad, and I don't run mid-roll ads during a live stream. I have the option. I can have YouTube automatically insert ads during live streams. I turn that off. It annoys the heck out of me. But YouTube is changing it. That is going away, I think, early next year or late this year. And what it will be is YouTube will just determine automatically if the ads on a video will be skippable or unskippable. So yeah, I can now remove the SD card. Brave. Didn't the Brave browser like get outed for a bunch of like data scraping or something? That's the one with that generic lion logo that everyone uses. That's not really a good logo. Okay. The SD. Oh. So you go back in there. I use Chrome on these computers, and then my main computer I use Firefox, and I just have an ad blocker installed. So I'm gonna have to find I might be able to flash this over USB, hopefully. Hopefully I can flash this over USB. But I do have an SD card here if I can. No longer was about to block YouTube. I don't know. I use uBlock Origin, and it blocks all ads on browsers. So I use Netscape. Okay, so now I got to connect to this, so that should remain unchanged. Help if I actually type this in right. Hopefully that did not change. I'm waiting for the connect to the network. Come on, connection timed out. The IP shouldn't have changed. I know it takes a little bit of time the first time you power it up, but we're just waiting for it to pop on the network right now. No ad, not a member, no YouTube Premium, nope, my ad blocker. You know what we call that, Michael? A freeloader. I kid. Toasty Boy? Yep, Toasty Boy's on the network. We're in. We're in. Okay. Ba-ba-ba-da, cool. Okie dokie. Pi at Toasty. Raspberry Pi, blah, 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 blah. Make sure that okay. Download and Kiao. Okay, cool. Sudo apt-get install updates. Blah. Boom! I love how some people are still like, Clipper is so hard to install. Well, how do you install Clipper? Well, you go to this website and you just copy and paste everything. And then you have to change some settings based on what it tells you to change them to. And then you copy and paste some more stuff. And then you push some buttons. Back in my day, we had to compile it ourselves. Which actually, that's kind of what we're doing right now. I'm on Temple OS. The true operating system. Only true believers use Temple OS. Yep. We're in. Okay, 1, install. Perform action. We want to install Clipper. Select version. 1. How many? 1. This takes a little bit. Are we going to print Ultim? We will try, not tonight. Tonight, we're going to try some glass-filled, high-temperature nylon. This is what we're gonna try tonight. That's what we're gonna try tonight. The plan is basically, I wanna use this machine as my abrasive high temp fancy material printer, basically. That's kind of the goal for this. That's what this machine was in the past, and that's what we're gonna kind of make it do again. Grass filled, pure 100% grass filled, right? You get that premium Wagyu filament. You know, that nice marbled filament. To clipper, I'm scared. I'm basically a noob. Well, 777 Tibbs, there are a ton of guides. I've got guides on my channel. They're a little out of date, but literally just follow any Kiao guide. I think I have a Kiao guide. Kiao is probably one of the easiest ways to do it. There are pre-made images for mainsail and fluid. I kind of like doing Kiao. I used to not like Kiao, but I'm kind of turned on it now, just because you get a little bit more customization to it. But it's basically like you copy and paste 3 things, and then you just push 1s and 0s and enter until it's done. Yeah. Does Kiao have upgrade install Clipper feature too? Once you have Clipper installed, you can update Clipper from within Clipper. So once you have mainsail and fluid installed as your interface, you can update from within Clipper. I don't know if this printer's online. That printer's probably not online. Yeah, that printer's not online. But yeah, you can update Clipper from within Clipper, and there's like a button to hit update all. The only time updating Clipper is kind of messy is when there's a revision update of Clipper, because usually that means you have to reinstall the firmware on your controller, which I really don't like Clipper on commercial machines because hey, look, it's my garage. I got some Gatorade down there. This right here is the Cheedy X-Smart 3, okay? It is off right now. Why? Because the MCU has an always-on fan and it's loud and annoying, so I turn it off. This machine has 3 MCUs in it. So when you update Clipper, you have to reflash the firmware on those 3 MCUs. One of them is a Raspberry Pi or an RP2040 for the tool head, which sometimes you have to hit the reset button on it, which involves disassembly of the tool head. So there's an MCU for the screen, there's an MCU for the controller, and there's an MCU for the tool head board. So if you upgrade from Clipper 10 to Clipper 11 on that machine, because it ships with outdated Clipper, because for some reason, all these machines that are shipping with Clipper ship with Clipper 10. We're on Clipper 11. Clipper 10 is from last year. Although the Kingroon KLP1 had Clipper 11 on one of the boards. The toolhead board was Clipper 10, but they still work. So I don't know what the hell they're got going on there. So yeah. 3? Yeah, 3. My V0, the V0 we built, the last V0 we built, the V02 has 3 MCUs in it. It's got an MCU for the screen, it's got an MCU for the toolhead board, and it's got the MCU for the controller board. It's got 3 MCUs. Why not? It's Clipper. Upgrading from Bullseye. Yeah, that's one of the reasons I don't like these Clipper machines, because their Clipper implementation is non-standard and it's a complete pain to work with. Try to install Clipper, but the thing won't install. Well, did you follow the guide? And what do you mean don't install? There's a lot of different things that can happen. Like, are you talking the firmware on the controller board? Because there's a lot of things that when you say it didn't install, that's not, you didn't explain enough. I need to figure out what I'm bringing to Earth. I don't know what I'm bringing to Earth. Part of me wanted to finish my Mando costume. and bring that, but we don't have the Voron booth there, so I don't have anywhere to put it other than like leaving it in my car and then just kind of like getting dressed in the parking lot. So I don't think I'll bring it. I might bring a printer or two to give away to clear out. Yeah, I don't know what I'm bringing to Earth, because we don't have a Voron booth at Earth this year. So I don't know what I should bring other than myself and like some camera gear. Which I've got one video I have to make, and then I'll probably do the live stream, and then I might do a recap video too. I got to do the video for the sponsor, and then I got to do probably a live stream because the Wi-Fi there is better than Murph, and then a recap video. MCU. When I say MCU, I'm talking about like the SKR or the tool head board or like the mini clipper display. The MCU is the microcontroller unit. So usually in printer terminology, because nothing makes sense, when somebody refers to the MCU, they're talking about like a controller that has its own processing unit in it. How did that happen? How did what happen? No Voron? Oh, if you're wondering why there is no Voron booth at Earth this year, it's because the Voron team is pretty much Smurf. A lot more people are going to Smurf, which is relatively close. Voron actually, you know, as a non-profit, it doesn't exactly have a ton of money to throw around sponsoring stuff. So the actual Voron fund pretty much is Smurf. Like we've got like a top tier sponsorship for Smurf, because a lot of the people on the Voron team know E3D from obviously working with them, and yeah, so a lot of people on the Voron team know people at E3D, so it's kind of like, hey, let's party kind of thing. So flashing from ST requires bootloader. Sometimes you can flash over USB. I'm hoping the SKR2 you can flash it over USB. Add another Pi to the user group. No? Oh wait, add user Pi to, yes. Yes, yes. Yes. Okay. So now I need to install Moonraker. Install Moonraker. Install Moonraker. Yes. Cool. Sanity F, not F. Yeah, when you have the speakers on, yeah. Does Voron Design have a booth? At Earth, no. Voron Design does not have a booth at Earth. Now, technically, I go to these events as me, as I am also a member of the Voron team, but I go more as Neuro3D, the YouTuber. I just kind of hang out at the Voron booth because that's where I put my stuff. So I got to figure out where to put my stuff this time, because I'll be packing light this year. I really don't have the budget for it, but I really want to get another camera, because Pupper. Hey, where's your good boy? Where's your good boy? Sit. Sit. Can you sit? Oh. Where's your good boy? Where's your good boy? Let me see those teethies. Look at those teethies. You are covered in fur, dog. Now the garage is covered in fur. Silly dog. All the dog fur. All the dog fur. Yeah, no Duff 699 doggo. So that is that. Okay, cool. So we're gonna go with fluid, or correction, we're gonna go with mainsail. At first I really liked fluid. I'm not saying it's bad, but I used fluid for everything first, and then fluid dev kind of stopped for a bit, so I used mainsail more and more. And now going back to fluid, I prefer mainsail. Connection to Raspberry. Come on, come on. Do the thing. Do the thing. Yeah, Ferminator. Yeah, we got a Ferminator. Connecting to Raspberry Pi. Come on, connect to Raspberry Pi. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Load up Kiao. Okay. Install. Mainsail. Uh-oh. Dragon Flame, $6.99. Doggo covering for Duff. Cheers. And Duff $6.99. Doggo. There we go. Oh, there we go. There we go. It's just taking its sweet time. There we go. Daytime is way off on the Pi. I don't think it matters. I've never had, like, it's never done this before, so I'm assuming it's just like a random fluke thing. I've never had to set the date time on a Pi ever. How do you set date time on a Pi? I've never had to set date time on a Pi. How? Yeah, I failed again. Install. Mainsail. Waiting for headers. Yeah, there you go. I think it's just, I don't know, maybe somebody at the Raspberry Foundation with rebooting a server or something. Yeah, it's working now, so it's not the date time thing. It's just, somebody was just trying to reboot a server at the Pi Foundation. Simple as that. So let that do that. So what was I talking about before? Oh yeah, you know, I don't really like, I've got my camera that I use for videos, but the problem is I can't really do vlogs with this camera. It's an A6400. I've got my external battery on it. I got an external mic. I normally plug in a lav. I've got a cage on it. So it's kind of heavy. So how much? So the camera weighs 1.2 kilograms, not that heavy. I could put it on a gimbal. But it's got no stabilization in it at all. And considering I suffer from essential tremors and shake like a mofo, that's not good. So I use a GoPro when I go to events, but I really don't like the image quality of the GoPro at these events. So I'm tempted to buy a vlogging camera, but most vlogging cameras ain't great in terms of that. So it's like, download macros, yes. There you go. Hey, look, it worked. Cool. So we got that. I don't have clipper screen, don't need that. I do need crow's nest. Print a harness. Also, again, you got to remember everything is just me. I don't have a crew or anything. So I've got my little tripod that I use, which is over there, or monopod. So I like light setup. So Sony has their ZV-2. I might look into that. I don't know. We'll see. Hit the foot. Apollo, you have the ZV-E10, right? Or did you get, what did you get? Of course. Okay, so Clipper, for Clipper, there's 3 parts you need to install for Clipper, and then there's the optional 4th. Okay, those are the 4 things you need to install. So you have Clipper itself. Now the thing with Clipper itself is just, you don't see it. Clipper is what actually runs the printer, but it's got no display, it's got no interface, nothing. It is just like Clipper is just the motion controller that makes the printer go burr. Then you have Moonraker. Moonraker is your API level access. Now through the API, you talk with Clipper, and that's where Fluid and Mainsail, or for those that want to, Octoprint, come into play. So you can run, if you like Octoprint and all the add-ons, excuse me, if you like Octoprint and all the add-ons that Octoprint have, you can use Octoprint with Clipper. That's how Clipper was originally. Like for a while, the only way to run Clipper was through Octoprint. It was an Octoprint add-on. But then they came out with Mainsail and Fluid, which are dedicated interfaces for Clipper. They're more lightweight than Octoprint, but they have their downsides where they don't have all the app support because they run on the Pi versus like Octoprint is a lot heavier, but it has a lot more app features. So TLDR, you need those three things. You need Clipper, you need Moonraker, and then you need your interface, either Mainsail, Fluid, or Octoprint. Crow's Nest is the webcam utility. It basically makes webcams work a lot better in Clipper. So you pretty much, if you plan on running a webcam, install Crow's Nest. Simple as that. Yeah, the E10, so that's an A6400. The E10 uses the same sensor. It has a more updated processor, I believe, but less features. So technically the image out of mine would be better than the image out of yours, but you have digital image stabilization. It crops it in and it's digital, so you get the little, but you got digital image stabilization. I do not, I don't have any. So the thing is, me buying an E10 is not really worth it because it's pretty much a side grade. I lose a little bit of image quality, like that does S-Log and whatnot, and has more color profiles or something. I don't know. There's more cinema features on that camera than the E10. But it's not worth like buying any. It'd be basically buying the same camera, because it basically is the same camera. So. Amazed that Twitter is your next toolbar bookmark after you. I was sure it'd be Creality. The new model workshop, like, we have featured exactly one Creality printer on this channel in the coming up on 3 years of me being like a full-time YouTuber. Like by full-time I mean like something a week. So in however long my channel has existed doing content, we have featured exactly one Creality printer. One. And that was an Ender 3 V2 that we unboxed it. I put Clipper on it, and then I took it apart, and it's been sitting in boxes. Or a box. I got parts of it out here. Yeah, this is not a Creality channel. I'm waiting on my second one. They said they were gonna send me a K1. They also said they were gonna send Joel a K1. He doesn't have one either. Oh, the fire starter. Yes, they sent me the Sonic Pad, which again, the fire starter. The Bonsai. Yeah, the Bonsai has had more screen time on this channel than the Creality printer. Than any Creality printer. Crow's Nest take a long time to install. Because basically, this opens up the actual raw webcam feed to like an MPEG streamer, basically. That you featured all Creality Enders. I mean, I haven't featured the Ender 3 V3KE, which isn't a multicolor printer, but look at this multicolor space shuttle that they printed on here. That this thing, you can't print this thing on here like that without support, yet it shows the brim, so this is still on the bed. So this is a fully fake picture. Quit doing this, people. It is bullshit. It's false marketing. This is the equivalent of a Big Mac that doesn't look like the Big Mac when you buy it. The Bluetooth streamer stick tripod. I think it does, but the problem with that is it would be no stabilization. No stabilization. So it would, I'd have to put it on an actual gimbal, and then I got to bring a gimbal around everywhere, and I don't want to bring a gimbal around, but I'll probably end up buying a gimbal. I'm gonna hit up Henry's next weekend and see what they got, see if they have anything used. I honestly would like to get a dedicated camera for travel, something a little bit more compact. The problem is I would want it to be a better camera than that camera, because then I could use that camera out here as the main camera out here, because right now this is only a 1080p. That's 4K. I want to get a 4K camera out here for the streams out here, which that one will be the camera out here once I get a camera to replace it. I was looking at the Sony F3 or F30, but that was before I went massively over budget redoing the garage, and also bought a new car because my old car died. Yeah. YouTube. Is what it is what it is. Yeah, still compiling. For Smurf. The E10, nah, don't bother. Also, then I'd have to, Smurf is like 2 months off. Bonsai is how I found this channel. Now I have a two. I gotta revisit the bonsai. But yeah, it sucks because I'm on B&H's because I bought some stuff that the lens on this I really like. The lens on here is a an 18-50 Sigma. I really like the lens on there, but I bought it from B&H. So because I bought it from B&H, I'm on their mailing list. And the problem is I keep forgetting they're American. So what happens is I get an email from them and I go, oh, hey, this is a great price. And then I'm like, wait a minute, that's in American money. And then I'm like, because I'm like, oh, FX30 for like 1,600 on sale? Wow. And I'm like, wait a minute, no, the FX30 is 2,400 Canadian plus tax. And that's without any lenses. It's like, shit. Cries in free healthcare. Could you use a quadcopter flight controller as an accelerometer on a printer? Funny thing about that, Trinitron, that was something the Voron team was thinking about using years ago, and basically that's input shaper. That's basically input shaper. Using an accelerometer on the toolhead to help figure out how to make the toolhead move efficiently, that basically became input shaper. Now, the Voron team didn't have anything to do with input shaper, but that was something people on the Voron team were like fiddling ideas about like 5 years ago. I remember those talks on the Discord back then. But yeah, you just get an ADXL 345, throw it on your toolhead, run input shaper. Took some nice pic. Yeah, even I brought this camera, the A5100, and this camera with the fancy Soviet lens I put on it. It really takes a long time for this to compile. I'm sorry, guys. Nero 3D. So let me pull that up. Import. Murph 2023. Murph 2023. These were taken with the A5100, which is a pretty old Sony camera. It's like 10 years old, with the that Soviet lens, which is manual focus. So that's why the focus isn't perfect. But it's the M44 Helios, the Helios M44. Hey, it's Mitch. So these were all taken with my A5100, which isn't a great camera by modern standards. Hey, it's Ben Heck. Creepy Yolandi. But all these pictures were taken with that Helios lens. Which, crazy good depth of field. That's why I like it, because it's got the crazy depth of field. Yeah, the bokeh. It looks a lot better on a full frame camera because all my cameras are Sony APS-C cameras. That way all my lenses are compatible and everything. And even if I was gonna buy another camera, I'm not going full frame because then I'd have to buy a whole new set of lenses that would only work with that camera. So I like having everything be cross compatible because I have spare lenses. I've got a bunch of these 16 to 50 kit lenses, which these are nice because they actually have an optical stabilization built in. I've got the Sigma 18 to 50. I got a Sigma 16 on the camera downstairs, which once I get a 4K camera out here, that will also get a Sigma 16. It's a really nice lens and it's relatively cheap. So that's the lens I run on the camera downstairs. This is the kit lens. I don't like it as much. It's not as crisp. And then I also have a Tamron fixed 24 mil. And then I got the Helios 44. So. Check out Red Rock Micro for camera. Is that in Canada though? Again, I'm in Canada. Red Rock Micro for camera accessories. Oh, they got, yeah, no, that's not stuff. I don't do anything. As soon as you see stuff like this, it's like, I don't do this. For those that saw me at ERF and MRF and REMURF and previous events, I have a GoPro on a stick. That's how I cover events. I walk around with a GoPro on a stick. Print lens adapters, and it's not the same. Tamron, you talked. Which one did you get? You got the 17 to 50 or something. I got the Sigma. I like the Sigma. One, because it was cheaper than the Tamron, and it's lighter. It's more compact. So this is a Sigma 8. It's still compiling. That's why we're talking about camera. So this is my normal video camera when I do videos. Sony A6400. It's got a Tamron 18 to 50. It is manual zoom. It doesn't have auto zoom, but this camera is always on a tripod. So the fact that I have to manually zoom it isn't a big issue because I'm setting up the shot. I get the zoom I want, and then I manual focus on my face, or I set it to autofocus on my face, and it just takes care of it. Because the autofocus on this is really nice. That's one of the reasons I like the Sony cameras, is they got really good autofocus. And the Sigma lens is really, really fast, and it doesn't have it barely breathes. So. 97%. Tamron 17 to 70. Okay. Oh, and then I also have the little Canon Vixia, but that's like the close-up cam for downstairs. All your lenses will work, they auto crop. Well, here's the thing, Tactical Farmer. If I'm using a lens that crops on full frame, what's the point of buying the full frame camera to begin with? Like, yeah, the Sony A7 series, like that's like the A7 III or A7S III or whatever, or A7, what are they up to? They got the A7 IV now, right? I think they got an A7 V now. But like, those are like the, one of the go-to cameras. But the problem is, those are way out of my budget for the type of content I do, let's be honest. So I'm not Joel. Joel has really nice cameras. But Joel can kind of justify that stuff. I can't. Half the reason I can do what I'm doing is because I keep stuff cheap. In terms of budget, we have no budget. Lumix. I'm very hesitant. I've heard some good things about the Lumix, like the GH5s and whatnots. They're micro 4/3 cameras. The problem is that is a whole other ecosystem. I don't have batteries for it. I don't have lenses for it. I don't have adapters for it. I don't have mounts for it. I kind of want to stick with Sony simply for the fact that everything I have is Sony. And it kind of just, it's easy when everything is just, MKHP. Okay, but that's, that's Mark Ass Brownlee, man. He's, Joel also has people who operate those cameras. You would think so. Joel, when he films videos, that's just him. When he's at events, yeah, he's usually he's got David, his producer, and that's the guy behind the camera. But when Joel films his videos, that's just Joel. I'm pretty sure he records. It's just him. When he's doing his his videos, and they have an editor. They hire an editor to edit them. But for the actual recording, it's just Joel. Like, he doesn't have a cameraman in the studio when he's filming. And yeah, and then you got like LTT with their whole LTT. They went all red in with red, and then they ended up switching back to like Sony FX6s. I think they use the Sony FX6 for a lot of their stuff now. Ah, there we go. Do you want to add update manager? Yes. Reboot now. Yes. Yay! Woo! I like 4K. Okay, so I do everything in 4K. You know I don't have to. I do everything in 4K simply for the fact it allows you to crop in. Personally, I wish more cameras did full frame. Because when you look at like the lens on a camera, the sensor, like a 4K sensor is really like, it's like what I don't know if the APS-C ones do it, but you can get lenses or you can get cameras where they are like a you basically oversample. So it's like it's 4K, but it's taller, right? So that way you can you have room to adjust your shot in editing before you output it, which is always nice to be able to fix something in post, or when you record down like tabletop stuff, it's nice to be able to punch in and zoom in and like focus on little areas. And you can, a lot of time I've noticed when I edit my videos in 4K, right? I record at highest bit rate I can, and I output videos at the highest bit rate I can. H.265 encoding, blah, blah, blah. I can punch in about 1.4 times before you start noticing it when you watch the video back. Okay. So let's connect to the Pi. We're back in. Okay. So now we need to do, I think it's under Advanced, Build and Flash. So let's get MCU ID. So it's UART or USB. So this is what we are connected to. So it's already got Clipper on it. So let me open up a notepad. Okay. So let's build and flash. So we need to flash an SKR2. So 1 second here, Clipper, SKR2, config. So this file contains common pin mappings for the Bigtree Tech SKR2. To use this config, the bootloader should be compiled for the STM32F407. Let's put you over here so I can read all this. So we have microcontroller, STM32 F407, bootloader 32 kilobit. You'll need to check the chip on your board to identify which one you have. Okay, so let me just double check here. Good lighting is more important than here. Yes, to an extent, HD. So the one thing I noticed with my GoPro at these events last year that I recorded and earlier this year is outdoors the GoPro is pretty good, but indoor at events you're kind of at the mercy of lighting, which isn't great. So the GoPro footage that I record, especially Rapid earlier this year, is very grainy because it's not lit well, and you can't really walk around and set up studio lights at a trade show. Okay. So, the make flash command does not work on the SKR2. Instead, after running, you have to clipper that. Okay, so I guess we can't flash it over that. So, okay. Okay, so that. So escape, save configuration. STM32, 32-bit bootloader. Okay. That's an SSH terminal. Yeah, I'm SSH'd. It should work over USB. Well, we'll try. If it doesn't work, I'll just pull it. I got the shorty command. I'm pretty sure I have the I checked. I have the F407 on mine. STM32 F407. Yep, STM32 F407. We're good. We are good. Just set up a... Yeah, you can use any... As long as you can... Technically, you can install Clipper on pretty much anything run in Linux. You may have... You pretty much follow the Kiao instructions. That's probably the easiest way to do it on a non-Raspberry Pi. Okay, so let's try this. Okay, regular flashing method. How is he? It is connected by USB. Identify MCU. Select MCU to flash. MCU 1. Yes. Flashing failed. Apollo. Oh, is it 2? Was it 2? Okay, well, let's try it again. Okay. Was it 2? Okay, so let's try it again. Okay, so build and flash. Okay, so that's good. Let's do that. Let that do that. Use the SD. Oh, you said I could do it over USB. You're like, oh, it should work over USB, and then you're like, use Node 2. Do you like to use Windows or SD card over USB? You could do that? Okay. All my computers run Windows. The only things that I have that run Linux are my printers and my laptops. And the reason I run Linux on my laptops, I run Linux Mint because my laptops aren't the newest. My laptop is an i5-6500U dual core. And I'll take any extra power I can get. So that's why that. Okay. So, am I pressing 1 or 2 here, Apulo? 1 or 2? Well, I think we did 1. Okay, so 2. How is the controller connected by the host? And then USB, and then 1. Or do I hit 3? Because it's not in DFU mode. Is it in DFU mode? Which one do I push? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? I'll bet 2. It's not over UART. We'll try. I'm plugged in over USB. 1. Try 1. Select MCU to flash. Number 1. Continue. Yes. Boom. Ah! Please select the board type. Okay. SKR. So this is a what is this again? SKR Pro 2. Big Tree Tech SKR2. SKR2 F407. So it's 14. They've got, this is a problem with Big Tree Tech. Look at all the different revisions. SKR2 F407. So that's 14. 1, 4. Enter. If your board is flashed from that connects at a baud rate, please check it now. If unsure, okay. So we're gonna do that. Okay. Okay. It's building a fat shared library. I didn't know your mom was involved with this. Failed, flashing failed. Failed to initialize SD card. Is it inserted? Oh shoot, do I need to have an SD card in it for that to happen? Shoot. I don't have an SD card in it. Does it need to have an SD card in it? I guess it needs to have an SD card in it. Okay, so flash only. Okay, so update via message that. Okay. going to do UART. Okay. MCU1. Yes. Continue. Yes. 14. Enter. Enter. Okay, so I put an SD card in it. Connected to MCU. Initializing the SD card file routing system. Failed. Plug that in there. That's gonna go there. That's gonna go there. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna try this again. I had firmware already on it, it looks like. So I cleaned, so the SD card has nothing on it. Let's try this again. So there's nothing on the SD card. Perform action. Flash only, because we've already built it. I shouldn't need to rebuild it. But I'm gonna do it again. So number 4. So now it's building. Yeah, so what this basically does is it copies the, instead of having to like pull the file off of the computer and then put it in the thing, this basically just copies the file right to the SD card. But it should do it. Do you have to power cycle the MCU? I don't know. I've had very limited success with this flashing over USB method. So if this doesn't work, I'll just pull the file and do it the manual way. I just want to see if this works. Okay, so update via the SD card. We are connected via USB. So select MCU to flash 1. Continue, yes. Okay, so 14. That's the baud rate. Connected to MCU, waiting for device to reconnect. Attempting to reset MCU. Okay, connect to MCU. Try and fall back initializing it. Yeah, it's not working. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is this. Ready? Ready? Let me go digging in my personal folder for my little shortcut. 3D. 3D. There we go. Clipper hacks. Okay. You ready? Cool clipper hacks. Okay, you ready? You ready? You ready? You ready? Okay, perform action. So I'm going to open. So let me back. Quit. Cool. That's a W. Quit. Cool. Cool. Do that. No, do that. Bloody hell. Does it not have the firmware bin made? Where is my firmware? Did it not make the stupid file? Oh, CD clipper. CD clipper. There we go. Cool. So printers, toastyboi. Okay, so what that did was, hey look, there's my firmware file. So instead of having to like do some stupid, use WinSCP or whatever to SSH in to pull the file out, that just copies it into a folder that you can view through Mainsail. So then what you do is you just right click, download. You open that folder, and then you cut it, and then this PC, where's my SD, put that, come on. Where's the SD card? Oh, there it is. And then you paste it, and then, where are the instructions? Okay, blah, 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 blah. Clip error file, you should be in the firmware on the bin. Okay, so I just call it firmware.bin. That's not it. Blah, blah, blah. Where are you? So I just call it firmware.bin. All right. Firmware.bin, which that already renames it, that little thing we did. So you can see it right there. Copy clipper bin to that and rename it firmware bin. So it's already renamed to firmware.bin. Ah! Okay, so then we take this out. We plug it into the thing and we power cycle it. And there should be a reset button on here. Reset. Cool. And if that worked, when you pull this back out, plug it into your computer. Wow, this card reader is busted. See how it's now firmware in big capital letters? That means it worked. Hey, we're good. Okay, so now we get error. Oh no, we're missing all this stuff. So what I'm gonna do, upload file, printer.cfg. Oh look, here we go. So now we got printer.cfg. So from a restart. Default parameter. Oh, this is old. Okay, yeah, this is old. Shoot, I'm gonna have to update a bunch of stuff. Pause, resume. So, okay, I'm gonna have to update some stuff. So I gotta include mainsail.cfg, okay. Include CFG, okay. Save and restart. Okay, default parameter E is in that. So I'm gonna have to, because there's a whole bunch of stuff that has changed between Clipper. Yeah, what is this? Like this isn't around anymore. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna take this little line there, okay? And what we're gonna do is right at the front there, I'm just gonna put this and it's gonna disappear. Default parameter E, okay, find that again. Oop, not mainsail word, printer.cfg. What do you mean the bracket's wrong? Oh, yeah, what am I doing? It's, what is it? Oh wait, no, what is the, what is it? What is, shoot, I can't check another printer too. What's the formatting? It was correct? Oh, bloody hell. This is why I don't trust people on the internet. I'm like, I thought that was right. Include mainsail.cfg. Boom. Printer not ready. Clippy host software is connecting. Please retry in a few moments. Okay. Oh, I may have to update the dev serial ID 1 second here. Advance 4. Oh. How do I? Yep, screw it. Oop, nope. Dang it. Copy. And I hate how you have to delete the stupid HTTP part. Okay, there's that. We're in, open up Kiao. Okay, advanced, get MCU ID. Okay. No, that didn't change, save and close. Why can't you import a printer.cfg from another Voron? Because I want to use the printer CFG for this printer. Because I'm using this, I already got a printer CFG for this made up. We've already got a printer CFG already made up. I'm gonna reboot the Pi. I might need to reboot it. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to comment that out. Yeah, good point, good point, good point. Because I don't have MCU. I don't have, it's looking for this. It's looking for this. MCU IP, yeah. There we go. This was, like I set up Clipper on this, or like, it's old enough that get rid of all this. Reboot everything. Yeah, I'm gonna do a full reboot after this. Shut down. I had the 80XL for running input shaper on here was actually running off of the MCU, so that's why it's out of date. So I'm having to, it was looking for that. Okay, turn that off. Turn it on. Plug it in, plug it in. And then if we're good, we should be able to print. Huzzah! Well, after we PID tune it. And I'm probably gonna have to re-PID tune the bed too. And then we can print. And then I can get a zesty beverage. Where are we at? Oh, there we go. It is alive. It is alive. Cool. Okay, let's button everything up here. Get the hat back on. PID tune it. Where's the top? So I gotta find, I'm missing 2 corner brackets, so I'm gonna have to print some new ones because I'm missing corner brackets, so I need some weight up top to hold that down. There we go. More weight. There we go. Did I plug in the spool holder? Okay, so we're good there. We got full motion. How's my belt tension? Belt tension's fine. That's good there. That's good there. Okay. Look at that, that looks cool. I love the look of this printer. This is probably my favorite printer aesthetically because it's got the red extrusions, everything's black, and then it's got the insulation. Okay. And because I can never remember, vorondesign.com, I can never remember the build, initial startup, PID tune the hot end. There we go. Okay, so let's PID tune the bed first because I don't know how old the PID on the bed is, and I don't know if it is PWM'd. I think it's PWM'd. So I gotta fix that because that was something we did back in the day. Max power 1.0. There we go. Max temp 125. Save restart. So yeah, we gotta retune the bed, and then I'll do the hot end. Yep, V 1.5 or 1.8 only had 2. Up until Trident, all V1 series had 2. So we're gonna PID tune the bed at 115 is what I'm gonna PID tune the bed at. So we're gonna PID tune the bed at 115. The interpolate, and oh yeah, I gotta go through and change all that. We've changed, and I gotta reprint. So this is whatchamacallit? What is this material called? I can't remember what it's called. But anyways, it's like perfectly size for size, so my doors don't actually close properly. So I need to like print different door brackets or something, because like it's nice and tight, but it's too tight, so it doesn't like actually ACM. That's what it is. So ACM. So all the panels on this are ACM. I've got the aluminum Reflectix on everything on the inside, so it's all insulated. So this gets pretty warm, and then I actually have. I'm not. Look at that bed heat up. I actually have. I don't know if you can see it on this camera. You might be able to. There's 2 fans down there. So, wow, I can already feel the heat coming off. I've got 2 fans down here that suck air from the bottom and blow it up. So it basically is convection. It acts like a convection oven. So it circulates hot air. Well, it circulates air from the bottom of the chamber to the top and creates a convection current. So this should have like actually a single piece door, but I couldn't be picky. Somebody made these panels for me, so I appreciate it. I actually machined the window myself at a CNC. It was actually, this is size for size. This panel in here is size for size. So that actually worked out really well because I machined it myself. I basically just, I literally just had a G-code file that cut the inside of an oval, well, a rectangle with curved corners. That was the tool path on the inside and then tool path on the outside. So on the inside, I ran it on the ACM panel, and then I just put a piece of acrylic down and ran it on the outside. And then literally, I press fit it in, and I put some super glue, and it's held. Get rid of the VHP and move to the screw-on hinges, and it'll probably be better. Probably. The VHP is actually on the side. It's just to fill the little gap. The VHP, there is no VHP on contact with the door or the frame. Yeah, this Fermio Labs, some of this kit was from Fermio Labs. I can't remember what parts exactly. If you go back and watch the build series, the filament that I used was Sparta 3D originally. LDO Motor sent some stuff over. So this was like my first build that I actually had people partially sponsor stuff for. Yeah, the red on black is nice. Yeah, this is actually my favorite printer aesthetically, especially when you open it up. That's why it's also stayed a V 1.8. There's really no point in upgrading this to a Trident. It's a 250. So why do you want, because this is toastyboi. This is my higher temp printer. It's designed for higher temp materials, but not high temp materials. So not, we're gonna try peak or we're gonna try ultim, but this is like the high temp nylons and whatnot. Stuff that likes being printed hot, the hotter you can print it, the better it is. So by having it all insulated, it holds the temperature in better. The bed itself gets this pretty toasty inside. Toasty ever get tapped and silk burn? No. So the problem is with the V 1.8 is headroom. If you look, that tool head is much closer to the top than on a Trident, okay? There's less room above the tool head to the top. And also on a V 1.8, the rails are on the top. I think I could put tap in here if I used one of the pre-release versions of tap that were compatible with the dual MGN9, but that's an older revision from TAP, and also I'd rather the tool head be fully rigid on this machine because of the temperatures. Simple as that. Simple as that. Okay. So that is that. Save, config. If I can spell. Okay. And then PID calibrate heater. What am I going? There we go. Okay. And we are going to PID this heater at 300. You know, nice little baseline. You should PID your heater at the temperature you're going to be printing with it most. So if you print a lot of ABS, PID tune at 240, 250. But here's the thing. That doesn't mean you can't print at 200. Your PID basically is how accurate your tune will be. So basically, the better your hot end will hold a temperature consistently. As you move away from that temperature, it's not as accurate, but usually you're still good enough. So. Ultim tonight? No, no Ultim tonight. We're gonna be trying some high temp PA. Modified. No, this is actually a fully stock 1.8 frame. This is fully stock 1.8. This is how the 1.8 was. So you notice this is upside down. The XY joints are upside down. V1.8 is kind of a weird oddball because it's kind of based on V2.2 and a little on 2.4, but not really. It's kind of weird because this came out after 1 or 2.2, but before 2.4. It's weird. It's like it was in a weird spot because the Trident is basically this, but taken more in line with the 2.4. So, yeah, you can modify this frame easily to a Trident frame. It's just I'm not going to. Also, one thing I like about it is the electronics are in the back. This has a backpack or an internal backpack, so you can see in the back there, there's like a little area in the back here where the electronics are. So the electronics aren't underneath. The power supply is underneath, but that's it. The only thing under is the power supply. So this means there's less internal volume to heat up, which you can't do on a Trident because a Trident you have that rear lead screw, so you can't do that. But on this one you can do that. So you have less internal volume to heat up. In terms of printer or print volume to machine volume, I think this is the smallest. So that's another reason I wanted to use the V1.8 for toastyboi, is because you have the least internal volume to heat up. So I believe some of the salad fork might have a better ratio, but that's a salad fork. This was before salad forks and whatnot. I've never understood the different temp hot ends, price differentiation. Why not just make one? Because the thing is, YouTube comments, weird channel name, but whatever. Once you get beyond once you get to higher temperatures, you need to think about the design of the hot end differently. Where, you know, certain factors that make a Revo really nice at its temperatures up to 300°C. Its compactness, the integrated heater, the integrated thermistor, that kind of doesn't make sense on something at 500°C. That's like saying, why don't we all use turbo 4-banger engines for every vehicle on the road? Or why don't we use a V4 or a V8 engine on every car on the road? Different designs make sense in different use cases at different uses. That's why. So that like, if there was one thing that worked the best at everything, we'd all use it, but there isn't. Would you do a high temp small printer like a V0? I can't remember who has one. Somebody on the Voron team does. A fully peak V0, and I think they use it to print peak. What is the max temp of this thing? 500 Celsius. I have the 500C E3D Revo. So after we finish this PID tune, I got to go into the config, and I got to bump our max temp up to 500, because this will do 500. And I'll show it. We'll send it to 500, and we'll see what happens. Mall Cop. That's right, Mall Cop has one. Clipper is the best. In certain use cases, Clipper is the best in my opinion, but not in all use cases. I firmly believe Clipper really should not be on as many commercial machines that are coming out. Okay, the PID is done. Save config. Wow. Save config. There we go. I'm thinking, okay, you should not be printing PETG at 300. But what do you mean you're thinking? Like, why different plastics melt at different temperatures? Is that what you're wondering? Because science? Okay, yeah, this, you can tell, this old design. Okay, so I gotta get rid of all this hold current bullshit. Stepper X, hold current. Yeah, we don't do hold current no more. Interpolate is off for XY, or no, Z. We turn off interpolate for Z, I believe, not for XY. So turn off hold currents. Okay. Stepper Z. Interpolate false. Okay, hold current, we turn that off. Stealth shop, so everything's running in spread cycle. Looks good. No, the hot end design. Well, if you're staying under 300C, then your flow rate at what comes into play. So I like Revos for most printers because of their ease of use, their leak-proof design when everything works perfectly, which happens mostly. Is it false to all? Is it? Do we turn off interpolation for everything now? I guess we do. But there is like, it depends on the printer and its use case. So the thing is, if you need high flow, which is above like 20 millimeters cubed a second, you need a hot end with a larger melt zone. But the problem is, with a larger melt zone, you have a more chance of the filament cooking if you're not flowing fast enough, and you also make a bigger hot end and it oozes more. Like there's all kinds of variables you need to worry about, and it just depends on what you're looking for. Like FlashForge has low and high temp hot ends. Okay, so it also depends on the age, because it used to be your hot end was PTFE lined, and then if you wanted to print high temp, which they considered ABS, you needed an all metal hot end. So like stuff changes. Stuff changes over time. So the bed is an NTC 3950. Okay, so where is extruder? So extruder. Max temp. 500. Min temp. 10. Okay, 500. Save and restart. Hold current on extruder is not really an issue. It's the reason you want to use hold currents anymore. For those that don't know, the reason you want to turn off hold current is because every time you change the current of your stepper motor, there's a chance you can lose you can lose it. You can lose a micro step. Basically, it affects accuracy. The same reason you don't want to switch between spread cycle and stealth chop mid print. Either all stealth chop or all spread cycle. You don't want it switching between the two, because every time it does, it's like shifting gears on a car. There's a chance you can bung it up and you can lose a little bit. So you don't want to. Okay, I can go to 500, but let's go to 480. Open this up, see what happens. Ooh. I don't have any filament in it. That's why I'm doing it now. It's a rounding error, but it's something that you can easily avoid by just not using them. And it's like a pros versus con thing. With modern controllers, it's not really that big of a deal turning off interpolation. Now print PLA at 480. Hey, are we? This doesn't say slice engineering. We don't print ABS at 300+ C to get desired flow rates out of our hot ends. The thing is slow to heat up. It's 320 Celsius, my brother. Oh wait, 1 second here. Trying to figure out why. How do we get the actual webcam in here? It changed, right? It's $415. It's a Pi cam. It's a Pi cam. It was working before. I didn't change anything, so it should just work. Are we getting any smoke? Let me make sure we got no smoke. This is why you don't want to touch it with you don't want oils on it. Yeah, everything seems to be. You can see it's hard. I don't think you'll be able to see it on camera, but there's like a haze on it, like a mirage effect. Okay, well, there we go. 480. Look how stable that is too. Look how stable that is. Like it just punches up to 480 and we're holding within 1 degree. It'll probably overshoot a bit. It'll probably overshoot a bit because again we PID tuned it at 300. Okay, so machine. So what do I do? I go to crow's nest config file, and then what do I change it to? Change crow's nest config to camera streamer instead of MPEG. Okay, so here we go. Camera streamer instead of MPEG. Okay. So save and restart. So it's going to drop down. The hot end's going to turn off here. Okay. I hit save and restart. Okay. Edit. I could hit 500. The thing is, if I hit, watch, we'll punch up to 500. It says it's good to 500. We'll punch it to 500 but as soon as we hit 500, it's going to error out because I literally set my safety to 500. Revo should be standardizing within your shop so you can swap. Yeah, most of my printers have Revos. Most printers I build have Revos, except for some that run Rapidos. Will it do 500C? 500C? And it errors out. Okay, kick back on, fan. Kick back on, fan. Get going, fan. Come on, fan. There we go. I'm like, I don't want that fan off for too long. Yeah, I have to check crow's nest log if it shows up. Yeah, we'll take a second here. Let me turn on that fan to get the part cooling fan going. Cool everything down. Yeah, Clipper, yeah, it shut down because I literally set the max temp at 500. So Clipper shut down. Oh my God. It already, so it got hot enough to discolor, and it already melted the ducts. It already melted the ducts. The ducts are already melted. And there you go, 500C. So it is metal. Metal will discolor when you heat it up to a temperature, but yeah, 500C. It will hit 500C. So for those wondering, it does hit 500C. There's a reason these ducts are getting replaced really quickly, because they're just ABS. This is why you don't use ABS for high temp stuff. But the front's still on. The front is still on. Yep. We're still rigid. We're still good. Wow, that got hot. That got hot. So one of the advantages of Stealth Burner, the way it's designed, the part cooling fan does feed a little bit of air into the ducts on design to keep the ducts cool. Because that's one of the problems with the Afterburner, is if you're not running a part cooling fan at all, your ducts get crazy hot. Because there's nothing to cool them, and they're next to the hot end, so. PI. If anyone wants to print me some PEI ducts, I'm down. But instead, let's try this. So, okay, we're back under 170, good. Do we want to do carbon fiber or glass filled? Let's do glass filled. Now, to be fair, I also have some fire resistant polycarbonate, but let's do glass filled. So I got, no, not this stuff, not this stuff. Where's this stuff I was gonna print? Not this stuff. Carbon fiber. Is this what I was going to do? Yeah. Glass fiber reinforced co-extrusion PAHT. So, this bed doesn't have anything on it. It's just metal. Because I wanted as much heat coming off the bed as possible. And I didn't want to risk like the glue on the PI separating. The bed itself is firmly attached with whatchamacallit. It's got high temp epoxy holding it on, or high temp RTV holding it on. So the bed shouldn't go anywhere. But the hot end, I just had it. I just had the thing. Where'd I put it? Oh, there it is. But I didn't want the PEI, because also Ultim and like some materials don't like PEI. So instead I'm gonna try this stuff, which is the Northprint 3D bed adhesive that's been working pretty good on PEI. I'm gonna put this on here, and hopefully this is enough to hold stuff down. Find out in a minute. Should be. If it works, it works. If it don't, it don't. Woo. So I'm gonna close that, and I'm gonna turn the bed up to, how hot does the bed need to be for this? So the bed for this only needs to be 80. So I'm gonna turn the bed on to 80, 85. But the hot end needs to be 340. I wonder if it's just maple syrup. It might be. I linked a guide to make legacy Pi cams. I don't know if it's an actual Pi cam. I know it's plugged in over the ribbon cable, but I don't know if it's an actual Pi cam. That's the thing. I think it's just like a generic camera. Oop. So the printer's gonna go here because I gotta get my dry box. And I don't know if you'll see this. This is my dry box. It is literally just a hunting case with a weather seal, and then inside of it I got a big old bag of desiccant, and I've got a spool holder. And this is how I print wet material. So what I do, I usually open up the filament bag. Oh, this is the good one. Oh, Z offset. Yes, we got to do Z offset. Yes, we got to do Z offset. I will set up Z offset in a second. So this is glass filled, and it's blah. Yep, we got to do Z offset. I forgot. I'm going to have to adjust that. Oh, this is a nice stiff filament too. You back in here. It's a little jank, but it works. Oh yeah, this is a stiff filament. Hopefully it doesn't break. That's what I'm hoping. That'd be really annoying. But it is a stiff filament, that's for sure. Okay. Oh yeah, that's stiff. Oh, damn boy, she's stiff. Where'd my cutter go? Oh, it's over here. Resting on the best spot, which is the power cable. That's unlocked. Okay, there we go. Now it's going into the hot end. All the way down the tube, and I think we're good. Locked. There we go. Okay. So let's home this, do a bed mesh, save the bed mesh. So home all. Sunlu filament dryer. I already got a filament dryer. Like, I think the only advantage of the Sunlu one is you can print from it. But that's why I got the dry box. So I dry it in the dryer, and then I print from the dry box. Yeah, that camera is not a Pi cam, it's just a generic camera. Hopefully that clears. That should clear. It better clear. I'll find out in a second. Yep. Shit. Okay, 1 second. What a momento, por favor. That was not good. Shit. Z, go down. Z, go. Yeah. Yeah, I heard a crack too. What happened there? Oh, okay. So I think we're okay there. Yeah, that should still be okay. Yeah, it's still rich enough. What happened was, the bed probe sits, this guy sits below the bed, but the Revo has a much bigger flange than, was that the bed mount? That might have been the bed mount. The Revo has a much bigger flange, so the flange actually hit the bed. So I need to get a longer pin. Luckily, I've got a whole thing of them here. That was a little concerning. That I did not want to happen, but it happened. And now we're here. And these are all the same length. Why do I have a million of these that are the same length? Well, I guess it makes sense I would have a million of these the same length because they all did the same thing back in the day. Seriously, all these pins are the same length. I need a longer pin. There we go. Are you longer? Not really. Shit. I don't want to cut down a pin this late at night. No. I need a pin that's like, damn, they're all the same length. I made all these pins the same bloody length. There we go, longer pin, cool. That was totally something on the bed that broke. Okay. Home all. Keep finger on switch. Actually. Okay, that's over the E stop. Okay, woo! Okay, we're good. We're good. Z tilt. Check the heat break. Looks okay. It was a straight up motion, so I don't think it would be the heat break. I don't think anything would happen with the heat break, because it was literally a straight up motion. What I'm worried about is that nozzle's looking pretty dang low. Okay, we're good there. Okay, so that's good across that. So now, let's move you to the middle. G1, what's half of 250? 125, 125, 120, yeah. X 125, Y 125. What? Why are you not in relative? Home all. What temperature are we at? Okay, we're good. Okay. So that's that. How low did I tell it to go? There we go. We're good. Filament's in there. I gotta pull the filament back up now. Yeah, we're good. Should I wear gloves? I probably should, because now I got oils on it, but they'll just burn off. So if anything broke, it's something cracked in the mounting. But everything feels fine. So we're just gonna roll with it, I think. Yeah, I think we're just gonna roll with it. There's really nothing else I can do. The nozzle does stick out lower than the fan, so we're good there. I'm just gonna do Z offset now, I guess. G1, Z, 10, F 600. Bring the Z. Oh. Okay, I don't know why it keeps switching over to I don't know why. It keeps switching from relative to absolute mode, and I don't know why. Or it's from absolute to relative mode, sorry. So I'm gonna have to shorten that pin because that pin is too long. But for now, it'll do. Okay, so move there. And now it is Z end stop calibrate, right? Z end stop calibrate. Wait. Yeah, Z end stop calibrate. And then. Okay, so now I gotta move this down till we get where we want. So I need to find a piece of papier. I need a piece of paper. Piece of candy? Piece of candy. How do I have no paper out here? I have some paper. Where's the paper? How do I not have paper out here? Papier. Où est toi? Papier. Or do I just eyeball it? I probably shouldn't eyeball Z offset on this machine. Ah, piece of paper. There we go. There we go. Amazon shipping label. That'll do. Okay, so now. Okay, so I need to move down. Okay, right there. Okay, accept. Okay, and then home all. So yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to shorten that pin. Because I'm running into a potential issue where that pin might be hit by something. Let me do a height map. Or should I bother with a height map? Yeah, bed mesh, yeah, calibrate. You know what, we're not gonna bother with a height map because we're just printing something small. Abort. Okay, so we're just gonna print a benchy. Benchy. So, let me heat this up. Let me get this chamber nice and toasty. So 85 on the bed. We're gonna get the convection fan going and we're gonna close this up for now. Okay, let that get some toastiness. So we've got ourselves a Trident 250. Oh, look at this. You know, it's not a Trident. So we have here, we're gonna print with the PA profile, but we're gonna have to change some stuff here. So this is PA. This is PA HT GF. So we wanna print this kind of hot. We want to print this at 340. So this goes up to 340. So the first layer, I want to do, well, it says up to 340. We're going to try 330. 330. And the bed to 90. So 90. Okay. Max volumetric speed. We do not want to push a lot of plastic through this. Okay. Add shutdown speed 100 to your config to keep the fan running. Oh, good idea. I can't copy that, but I will do that. Okay, so save. So we're gonna call this PA HT GF. There we go. Cool. And then we need to print ourselves a benchy. So benchy. 3D. I have to have a benchy in here. Where is benchy? Benchy. Do I not have Benchy downloaded? Where is Benchy? Do I gotta download Benchy out here? How do I not have Benchy out here? Bloody hell, how do I not have Benchy? Thingiverse. Benchy. 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 Thing files, 3D Benchy. There we go. There we go. 3D Benchy. Slice plate. I am going to turn a brim on. Outer brim only. And I do want to put some skirts on here. Because I just want to make sure everything's sticking. And I want to see how the first layer goes down. So export G-code. We'll just export that to download, sure, whatever. So this is a Benchy. I am gonna probably have to slow it down. I don't know how fast this stuff flows. I think where'd I put the bag? Is this the bag? No, that's not the bag, this is the bag. It recommends max speeds up to 90 millimeters a second. So I'm just gonna run it at a slower speed. Because this speeds go up to, yeah, so yeah, let's actually, so first layer, we're gonna go 25 millimeters a second. For infill, 35. Outer wall, 60. Inner wall, 90. 90. This is, you're not running this stuff fast. Travels 300. We'll run the Excels are fine. We'll just leave those stock for now. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna call this speed hot and conserve. We'll call this, you know, slowed down. Okay. There we go. Strength, we're just running normal defaults. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, cool. That's cool. Export G-code. So it's still gonna be a 50-minute Benchy. Okay. I'm just really hoping it sticks to the bed. I haven't tried this stuff. I've never printed with this material before. So we'll see. Upload successful. Unable to open file. What? Export G-code. Save as a G-code file. Upload and print. Benchy G-code. Upload successful. Unable to open file. G-code files. Print. Unable to open file. It's a G-code file. What am I missing here? What? Yeah, I've got the printer G codes there. Like this is new. This is mainsail. Like this is we added the mainsail.cfg. Like it's the wrong directory. This is a fresh install though. Where? Oh wait. Printer.cfg. Would it be in here? What do I need? What do I add? Is it just, it's something like this, right? Isn't it? What is it? Go away. No, there's what is it? What is it? There was something. Moonraker config. Well, it's a brand new. It's a brand new install, and I have the mainsail.cfg, which has the SD card right there. So what am I missing? Because there's the printer data G codes. It's right there. Like it has the G codes. Like the G code file is right there. It's just when I go to print it, it's going unable to open file. So why are you not able to open the file in the mainsail warning? Yeah, it's saying unable to open file. You can see it right there. Unable to open file. It sees the file. It's just not opening the file. And I don't know why. Ran into this with the VZ bots. Permissions? It shouldn't. Path. So what do I change and where? Let me get this back up to temp. Reset the alarm. What alarm? What do I change? Look at the bell at the top right of the screen. Okay. Depreciated clipper. Okay, value is that. Depreciated clipper, depreciated. Relative value index. Yeah, that's nothing there. Nothing there. In mainsail.cfg virtual SD card. Okay. Okay, can you write that in the Discord? Because I can't copy that in. Okay, so machine. Okay, so in mainsail.cfg, virtual SD card path is printer data / G code error G. What? What is this? G code's error. Yeah. Virtual SD code. Does the SDL have a special? No, it's support G code. Boat. Upload successful, unable to open file. Printer. So this was the thing. Do I need virtual SD card? What is? But it should be in the mainsail because I include mainsail.cfg and all that stuff's in mainsail, right? G code file machine. Virtual, is virtual in here? Yeah, I've got virtual, oh. Maybe this is it. Save and restart. G-code files, boat. Print. There we go. There we go. Yep, that was it. Buried at the bottom with some old legacy stuff. There we go. That's your problem. Okay, so there we go. So it's heating up to 330 and that. So here's the thing. How are you guys going to see this? If I put that there, if I put that there, if I raise you up, if I raise this up, can you guys see in the window? I need to figure out a way so you guys can see this. Wrong button. It's like, hello, printer, what are you doing? You can see a little bit. That's not, I was really hoping to get the webcam working. Although this is nylon, so I think we can print this kind of, I'll crack the door open and stick the camera in. Creep cam. Like, I'm gonna have to have the door open to make sure the first layer goes down good anyways. Because I'm a little worried. I'm actually kind of tempted to rotate the printer so I can see it better, but I can't because it takes up too much room. Yeah, this is Toasty. We're trying to print some really hot stuff right now. Well, not really hot, but hotter than normal. So I'm just gonna do this. This is gonna go here. This is gonna go here. I'm smelling burning. That's always good. I'm smelling burning. That's always good. I'm hoping it's just the filament. Or it's probably the oils on my hand from when we changed stuff, burning off. Oh, we got some filament oozing out. What's it doing? What's it doing? So it's just stabilizing. Okay. Okay, now we're going to do our this should be up more, but whatever. Okay, that does another home. I can't remember what the startup procedure on this printer is, by the way. Okay, so it should do another home. And then what are you going to do now? You're going to go over there and wait till we get the final temp. Okay. You're going to home again. Okay. Okay. It's always safe to be over home than under home, I guess. I guess that's what we'll do. So we're going to home again. That's always good. Extra homing is always good. I've got my mouse over the e-stop, by the way, if you're wondering what I'm doing. Okay, and now we're gonna lay some filament down. You are not properly Z set. Okay, so we're gonna stop that print because while the filament's coming out, as you can see, we are a little off. So I'm going to cancel this print right here because this is not a viable print. So where is the actual, holy shit, how do I stop print on this? Temperatures, tool head, where's the print shot? Where's pause? There's pause. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna end that, cancel print. Okay, so it thinks we're at Z2, but we're not. So what the heck happened there? How did you think we were out that much? Does it have something to do with the rod? It might have something to do with the rod. 1 second here. Retract. It might have something to do with the rod. I have to bring the mouse with me. Oh God, I did not. I told that to go really slow. I did end stop calibrate. We did do an end stop calibrate. Let me see if I have a rod that's not, because this one is, what might have happened is I put a rod in that's too long because that's all I got. And it might have something to do with limits. Oh my, God damn. Hopefully I don't burn myself. Ow. Yeah, this rod is way too long. This is way too long. Yeah, I think that's the problem, is the rod is too long and it's because it's so high up, it might not allow, it might be freaking out. So let me see what I got here. Because I don't really have the, like, I could cut this down, but I don't think I can. Yeah, these are all the same freaking length. This ain't gonna work. Yeah, these are all the same length. Shit. Shit. I might have one downstairs. Yeah, so the only one I have is this one, and it's too long. By quite a bit. Oh, did I? Am I still live? Shit, I accidentally closed the window. Sorry guys, I can't see anything. There we go. Okay. Put a washer under. No, that don't work that way. I could shift the bed over. Like that's I could shift the bed over. I'm just gonna shift. I'm gonna go back to the original pin. I'm gonna shift the bed over. No, I can't because then the frickin' thing will crash. You didn't save the Z calibration. You pressed accept. That doesn't save it. Oh shit. Okay, if that's what I did, then let me redo Z and stop calibrate. That might do it. If I didn't save it, that's probably my problem. Does anyone remember the number? You guys are getting a great view of the back of my head right now. Shoot. If that's what it is, that's what it is. I freaking didn't save it. Home all. Why didn't you guys tell me I didn't save it? G1, X, 125, Z, Y, 125, F, 6000. Go! Cool. Z and stop calibrate. Okay. Shit. Did I not save it? Am I that dumb? Oh, okay. It's like 4-4. There we go. Oh, okay, so accept. Save. Config. There we go. At least 10 people told me. Shit. Well, did I not save it though after anything else? Didn't I do a bunch of stuff after that that should have saved it? I'm sorry. Okay, home all. Oh well, it is what it is. Now it's saved. Now it's saved. I will cut that pin down because it is like way too tall. Okay, let's try this print again. So let's try boat. Print boat. Now we go try print boat. What are those fans at the bottom? Convection. What they do is they suck the cold air from the bottom and they blow it up. And what that does is it forces the bed to pump more heat into the system because it creates convection. What happens if you just have the bed sit there hot, you get hot above the bed and cold below the bed, right? Because heat rises. You kept restarting firmware. Didn't I save it though? Oh no, I did it. Whatever. I'm human. People screw up. So by sucking the cold air from the bottom and blowing it up, it actually cools your bed down, so it forces the bed heater to pump more heat into the system and will actually cause the overall temperature to rise. Basically, this does what Nevermore does, only not as efficient because it is literally just two 40-20 fans stuck to the back of the bed. It's ghetto Nevermore. Bed uses springs? This bed uses springs, yeah. This bed has springs on it. It's got, well, only the front has springs. Because on the V1.8, you tram it left to right. Screening got you a CNC machine, stealth burner to upgrade Toastby. Would you do it? Yeah. I wouldn't need, I would just need the hot end mount, not the stealth burner front wouldn't need to be CNC, just the mount. But the thing is, stealth burner isn't compatible. The current version of stealth burner is not compatible with dual MGN9. You would have to use like the old version. Did somebody donate something? Oh, that was Derek. And cheers for the $5. What was I gonna say? I completely lost. So this is how you level it front to back. So, or you run a bed mesh, but I'm not running a bed mesh right now because it should still be pretty good. I haven't bothered with a bed mesh. We'll figure it out. How hot does the chamber get? I've gotten it up to 70. It's hard to say because I do have a random thermistor just hanging out back there, but it doesn't really get the most accurate chamber temperature. Okay, so let's try this again. XOL toolhead. What is the XOL toolhead? Active. I don't need an active chamber heater. I'm not printing anything on here that needs active chamber heating because the bed doesn't get hot enough. Like the bed is just a regular bed. So yeah, it's stuck on with high temp adhesive, but I still wouldn't push the bed to the temperature you would need a bed to print like Ultim properly. How to send me something? I do have a PO box. Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay, you're chooching. I gotta move. Shoot, where is? Move that up. There we go. Okay. It's working. We are a little close to the bed though. Live adjust Z. Live adjust Z. We're live adjusting Z. Just like Papa Joe would want. Live adjust Z. Wow, am I off that much? Well, I'm only moving at a quarter at a time. Actually, that looks kind of okay. Okay, let me close that a little bit and close this a little bit, just to kind of keep some of the heat in. But it appears to be, it's working. It's working. The heater blocked. Well, okay, it changed color because we hit 500C with it. We actually did push it to 500C. So right now we're only printing at 330, but we did hit 500C. So I got to move that probe up a little bit. That probe is really low. And I am printing with the brim, because again, I don't know how good this bed adhesion stuff works on pure steel, but we'll see. does appear to be working. You guys get a great view of the back of my head. Now you may be wondering, why am I doing 3 layers on the skirt? The reason you do 3 layers on the skirt is so it's easier to pick it up. Because sometimes, especially when you're doing a, you're tuning everything in, if the skirt is too low, you really press it into the bed, it's a pain to get it off. But if you put the skirt at 3 layers, it's easier to come off. It doesn't get him like stuck to the bed. Actually, that's flowing pretty good. Again, I haven't tuned flow or anything. This is all stock Orca Slicer settings for a Trident. All we've done is change the speeds a bit. And yeah. See if Keeps will sponsor me. That would imply I care. You notice how I wear hats? Hats hide the fact that I don't care. I'm already married. I got a kid. I don't care anymore. It's working. Today, we're going with something nice. We got, well, I like it. Land Shark. It's a nice lager from, I don't know, Margaritaville International Brewing. It's a little weak. It's only 4.6%. Plus, it's the weekend. I'm allowed to cheat on my diet on the weekend. The filament itself is, let me find it here. It is Fadis filament. It is NextPA GF25. So the filament is that stuff. Actually, I have the box here. Yeah. So it's 25% glass fiber, high temperature nylon. Or fiber reinforced co-extrusion PA-HT, which I think is high temperature nylon. So the plan is we're gonna, once we make sure this works, that's why we're printing a benchy, tomorrow, because I'm not doing it overnight, I will reprint the hot end mount that already melted when we hit 500C on this thing. I will reprint the hot end mount in this material. This stuff, you do not want to print it on a non-hardened hot end. You do not want to print this on a non-hardened hot end. You want a hardened hot end for this material. This is something you do not want to print on a, this will just, we used hardened H13 in injection molds when we were dealing with glass fiber. Glass fiber will just, you think carbon fiber is abrasive? Run glass fiber filament. This is actually printing beautifully. It might be a little over extruded, but it is printing beautifully. Well, this material, something really stiff that needs to be able to take higher temperatures. I should probably shut the door. If I shut the door, you can't see. It's a 0.4 nozzle. I do have 0.6 nozzles, but this is a 0.4 nozzle. If you guys weren't here, I would have the door shut. I need to figure out why the camera doesn't work. I need to get the camera working before I print. Because this also material would really gum up your hot end if you let it, if you got a cloud of death. Okay, so let me save my Z offset here. So save. There we go. Save the offset. What's the HDT? I have no idea. You might have to look it up. So parts for high temp. Something for a high temp printer, or if you needed to print something that needed to be really stiff. So if you're, If you were in one of those Yanks who were into the 3DP pew pew stuff, this might be something for you. That is not something I can partake in, unfortunately. Have a drink for me. 3.5 years clean and sober. Cheers, mate. I probably should cut down a bit just because of the diet. By the way, today, so the reason I was on the diet is I promised myself I would never hit 200 again. And not last Tuesday, but the Tuesday before, I went on the scale and I was 199.8. I weighed myself this morning. I'm 190.6. And that was this morning. So obviously I'm a bit up now, but. So that is in what? A week, just under 2 weeks, I think. Because yeah, it was not last Tuesday, the Tuesday before I started. So yeah. But it's working, and it's actually printing really nice. It's actually printing really nice. Yeah, that actually is looking really nice. We are getting a little bit of warp. I don't think we have any fan. I'm printing with no part fan. Remember, there's no part fan going right now. I am actually going to put a like 10% part fan on this, just so I don't melt my ducts. So let's try a 10% part fan. No, I can't do 10%. 15? Will that make the fan spin? Okay, 15% part fan. So the afterburner doesn't have great part cooling to begin with. So hopefully you can see that one back corner of the bed sheet is warping a bit. So I'm thinking once 15% part fan with a really hot chamber should be pretty good. So as long as I let the chamber get to temp, it should be good. Live adjust flow. I'll print the benchy and I'll actually do the thing that nobody ever does and measure it. So. What temp? The bed is 90, I think. Bed is 90. Yeah, bed is 90. The hot end's 330. This is nylon. You don't need a crazy hot bed for nylon. $90 on the bed, $330 on the hot ends, what I'm currently printing. The convection fans aren't on. Convection fans aren't on right now. Also, it's on a toolbox, and the toolbox has wheels, so my input shape tune is out the window right now. It will go back on the shelf. The printer will go back on the shelf once we're all done with this. Any fumes? I don't smell a thing. I don't smell a thing at all. When we were pushing this up to 500, there was nothing, but when we were heating this up, after I touched the nozzle, you could smell it. You could smell the oils from my fingers burning off. I love how we've already discolored it. See, if the EU folks, if the Brits weren't asleep right now, I would ask them, like, is it supposed to change color? I'm assuming it does. Most metals at 500 Celsius will change color. This is a copper block with a coating on it. So 500 Celsius is kind of hot. So I figured it would change color. But hey, they said it was good to 500. You got to check it. It's a patina. Yeah, it's just patina. When does the front fall off? Hopefully never, because we're going to reprint it in this material. Legacy Pi camera support and Crow's Nest changed. Okay, I'll check that after the stream, or after we get this print finished. And also, don't forget, you got less than a week to enter for the Polymaker, or correction, well, actually, you can win a spool of Polymaker, but you got less than a week to enter for the community contest. So if you haven't joined the Discord, link in the video description. Is this able to print at normal temp too? Oh yeah, it's printing right now just fine. Like this is 330, and that PID tune is fluctuating not much. You could tell where I turned the fan on, because I PID tuned it without a fan. But it's what, fluctuating a half a degree, if that, at 330, and it's like, if that. Yeah, this is. Yeah, that's fine. We PID tuned at 330, remember, so. And it's a PT1000. A PT100 would be more accurate and be tighter for your PID tune. So that's kind of the downside of running a PT1000. The PT1000 works on more controller boards though. So anyways, yeah, you can run this at anything, but the thing is, this is a high temp hotend. This hotend is designed for 300 plus. If you are not printing 300 plus, do not buy this hotend. Okay, just buy a normal Revo. Revos are good up to 300. Okay, but if you need to print up to 400, they make a version that's up to 400, and they make a version up to 500. This is the 500 version. So only buy this if you actually need to print like high temp stuff. This stuff recommends being printed anywhere from 300 to 340. We're printing it at 330 right now. Oh yeah, this is coming along really good. There's that one corner's a little cooked, but otherwise it's coming along pretty good. If anything, the filament's ever so slightly wet, to be honest. 220 for it. Whatever the temp price is, I haven't actually looked at the actual price because I'm Canadian, so my prices are always weird and overpriced. But it is what it is. It is a high temperature, quick change nozzle system. And then, yeah. Is this a fresh roll? It is a fresh roll right out of the package, and the package was sealed. So. I ordered the block. Yeah, like honestly, the block itself is good because if you already have, okay, let me pull it up here, E3D Revo HT. So here's the thing, I really like the Revo ecosystem. I really like the nozzles, okay? So if you were to just buy the block, yeah, it's 68 Canadian, so however much American. But if you already have a ton of heaters and thermistors, like if you had a ton of V6 stuff, okay, and you want to use Revo stuff, like you want to use the Revo nozzles, you like the Revo heat sinks, okay, but you already have a bunch of heaters and thermistors. You already have high temp rated heaters and PT1000 because you want to use PT1000 or PT100 or whatever you want to use. Just buying the block and just using, you know, normal Revo stuff like Revo nozzles, and yeah, it's not bad, not a bad idea. Like the entire hot side. So if you get the PT1000 heater, which works on more controller boards, is there any price difference between the two? Yeah, so the super high temperature for 500C. So if you want to do what I'm doing right now and printing a material that's designed for 3 to 340, You would want that. A single nozzle. You're looking at 200 Canadian. So it comes with the heater. It comes with the temperature sensor, and it comes with a single nozzle. If you already have a nozzle, it's 120. So the high temp nozzles are more because they're a different fabrication process and lower production volume. So how hot can you go with Obsidian? I don't know. Obsidian wouldn't work with this though. You need a Revo nozzle. I have a friend that asked me to print a toroidal propeller for Mercury Yamaha. And would you recommend? For a boat? I have no idea if a 3D printed boat propeller would work. You would, something in the whatever gives you the most layer adhesion. That'd be hard. If he wants it in PC, I think the Prusa PC is pretty good, isn't it? I've heard good things about the Prusament PC. $200 for a nozzle heat blocker finger. Oh my. Nuno! Specialty product. It is a lower production volume, high temperature hot end. This is not a large volume thing, so all the tooling, machining, and everything, you have to justify its cost on fewer units. When you make a lot of things, you can take your development costs and your production costs and split it up more and drive the price down. But when you're producing something that has a lot of specialty components that you're not gonna sell as much as your normal Revo stuff, you have to make the cost back somehow. And then also there's more development time and probably higher production. You're trying to hit higher, whatchamacallit, your tolerances are much lower on something in this side, right? So you're spending more time developing something that uses more expensive parts and components that's going to sell less. It is what it is. That's capitalism, and that's the free market. It is what it is. I'll try to get a picture of this. So one second here. What is this filament again? Fiber. This will co-extrusion P. There we go. Getting one. Yeah. So what you do is you take your bone stock $99 Ender 3 SE that you bought at Micro Center. You rip the controller board out. You put a Duet 3 in there, right? You don't fool around. Put a Duet 3 in there. You go get yourself a Bondtech LGX light. And then of course you're going to put one of these in it as well. You're going to get the high temp, and then you're going to rip out all the belts, replace those with high temp rated belts as well. And then while you're at it, the bed, just rip that bed off and go source one of the old E3D high temp beds as well. Right? Makes perfect sense for your Ender 3. Time remaining on the print, a while. I think we're 33% in. ETA is 11:48. We've got like half hour left. We are not printing this fast. This kind of material you don't print fast. Would you like to try some PEC? Actually, I would love to try some PEC. I do, for those that, I do have a P.O. box. If you type !PO box in chat, it should come up. I do have a P.O. box. I check it every couple weeks. I don't get much, and I don't know if I'm gonna keep it. I've gotten like 2 things this year. So I do have a P.O. box. It's not cheap, several hundred a year, but I do have a P.O. box. So if you wanna send me stuff there, I would love to try some PEC. I do have some Ultim 1010. We tried it. The front fell off. There's a live stream of it. This is going a lot better than the Ultim. The diamond nozzle. I can't put the diamond nozzle. I'm kind of disappointed because I have a set of the diamond nozzles. They're really nice nozzles. Actually, is the diamond nozzle in this? Is that what I have in here? I don't know what this Revo has in it. Or actually, no, this doesn't have a diamond nozzle because it has a, I don't even know. This mosquito is so destroyed. It's my oldest mosquito and I've beaten the hell out of it. PEC ACF is almost printable. Maybe. Still have a bunch. I still have a ton of octopus boards. You know what? If I remember, I forgot from Earth. If I remember, I'm just gonna bring a ton of octopus boards to Earth, and if you need an octopus board, let me know. If I remember, try and remind me to bring them because I forgot them from Earth. You can get an adapter. It's not the same though. It's not the same. And putting an adapter in here defeats the point of Revo. The whole point of Revo is the entire hot end with heat break in a sealed assembled unit, so you don't have to worry about oozing. The moment you have to put a nozzle in it, you defeat the purpose of Revo. One of the biggest points of Revo is that fully assembled filament path, that fully self-contained filament path from where the filament enters the hot end to where it leaves is one contained solid unit. The moment you have to put a nozzle in, you basically void one of the things that makes Revo special. Yeah, John, I've sent 2 octopus boards that have been lost to the ether trying to make their way to John's house. It's actually printing pretty nice. I wonder how tough this will be. So I'm gonna have to take a cutoff wheel to a rod tomorrow. That's gonna be fun. That's gonna be fun. Would be nice to see a Diamondback Revo nozzle. That would be cool. The only downside with the Diamondbacks, they are probably, if you only print abrasive materials, that's all you print all day, every day, that is probably your best nozzle. It will probably last you the longest. The downside is it's only rated to 300C. So if you print a lot of like CF, PETG, go for it. But if you print, if you need to print over 300C, you can't. Like they specifically told me not to try. And their documentation tells you it's only rated to 300. How much do I have to shorten the rod? However much it is, so it's not sticking above the bed, as you can see. I have a cutoff wheel, I just haven't got around to it. Tungsten carbide? Tungsten carbide will last pretty long, but I think the Diamondback would last longer with like heavy abrasive. So. Bots. We don't have bots. There's no, is there bots? Oh wait, I have top chat. Let me turn on live chat. Basel. I've never tried the Basel. I've never tried the Basel. Plated copper with the diamond insert. I know, it is what it is. Remember, Diamondback themselves, the company that like Diamondback is a small part of a massive company that makes diamond cutters for the like drilling industry. We're talking a large, well-established, industry-leading company that has a small, tiny division of people that make nozzles for hot ends. It's like a small little project with like a few people from the massive, giant, you know, industrial company, and they got a room and some guys in the back that make some hot ends. So I don't know if like what their manufacturing capability is, like if they're able to make a whole swath of things, or if it's just like these are the few things we can make and that's what we do. Like I don't know how their business is set up. If they could, it would be nice to see, you know, a copper nozzle or something. The diamond itself actually transfers heat extremely well. The nozzle itself transfers heat extremely well. So I think it being in a brass insert or a brass nozzle, kind of the Diamondback nozzle itself kind of overrides the not as great performance of brass, because that diamond insert transfers heat amazingly well. Thought I turned on the part fan. The part fan is on. The part fan is on. You just can't see it. It is on. Oh. Okay, it was on. Oh, you know what? It's probably set to like turn off every layer. Like, I turned it on and then it auto turned off. Yeah. If I turn it back on, it'll probably turn off, because it probably has something in the G code to like turn it off, and it probably just turns back on. 15. Let's turn it on. Joel has a video of the diamond. Did Joel go to the Diamondback? Or no, not Joel. What's his name? Voidstar did. Voidstar Labs. Zach Friedman. Yeah, he went, which is really cool. It's engineered diamond. It's engineered diamond. Ruby tip. No, Ruby's kind of a dead end. In my opinion, Ruby nozzles, the Olsen, is it the Ruby Olsen? That was a they had issues with their nozzles falling out back in the day. Like the Ruby tip would fall out. And then there's better alternatives now. It's kind of like, yeah. I think Ruby nozzles were like kind of a flash in the pan idea that just don't make sense anymore. If nothing, it's harder than diamond. How do they drill the hole? Yes, soft one. It's the same thing like a ceramic cutter. Okay. Joys of having a work toolbox here. This is a carbide drill. Tungsten carbide. Those little holes there are for coolant, because you put coolant through here in the CNC machine. So you have a spiral, 2 spiral holes all the way through, all the way to the end of coolant, because this is made with powder that you press and then it hardens. There's videos on YouTube on how it's made. Literally an episode of how it's made on how these are made. So yeah, basically the same thing for engineered diamonds. Although I think with the nozzles they use a form. Yeah, this is actually printing really well. This is actually printing really well. I'm hoping it'll be interesting to see how this sticks to the bed. So I am going to have to reprint. So let's pull that up. So delete that. So we are going to have to print E3D Revo Boron. So we're going to have to print this. Oh, these files, no. Range. So this is what I have to print. Place plate. So hopefully these don't melt. Export G-code. Actually, no, let me change the strength settings to 4 on spec. 4, 5, 5, 40% infill. Slice plate. How fast is the Ultimaker? We got a benchy in 23 minutes out of it. Using speed benchy settings, we had an under extruded benchy in 23 minutes. And then going back to actual like normal printer settings that you would normally use for like normal layer heights and whatnot, we got a benchy in 27 minutes. You can watch the live stream. It's all on the live stream. And did the fan turn off? I think the fan turned off. Yep, fan turned off. So yeah, so this is printing without a part fan. So let's see. So if I want to print a part fan, so no cooling for first 3 layers, full fan speed at layer 6, min fan speed, layer time 4, max fan speed threshold, fan speed, we don't want more than 15%. So 15% fan speed. Keep fan always on, 15% fan at layer 6. Okay. Save. There we go. So 15% fan. So just enough fan to kind of help, and then it's going to be blowing hot air anyways. But just enough fan that you get some air moving through the ducts so they hopefully don't melt. And then helps a little bit with the edges and overhangs. Because right now we're printing with no fan. I just love how just like, hey, let's ramp it to 500 and then it'll overheat because the safety limit is 500, and of course it's going to overshoot by 0.1 degree, and that caused the ducts to melt. Like it just, there you go. That is your limit. What treatment did I put on this plate? It is Northprint 3D, which is in Canada. 3D printer bed adhesive. Made in Canada from domestic and importing ingredients. So it's maple syrup and IPA, I think. I don't know, but literally this bed is literally just spring steel. It is raw spring steel with stuff on it. Because I didn't want to risk adhesive failure. Plus, there's stuff that you would print in the higher temp range that you don't want to print on PEI because it'll fuse to it. So I figure spring steel with some glue on it is probably the best bet, because the less chance of something like getting permanently bonded to the bed. And also, if I screw up and drive a 500C nozzle into the bed, it's driving it into steel instead of PEI and glue. So. Change the max temp to 505. The Revo, E3D Revo HIGH TEMP is rated to 500C, and it hits 500C. We've confirmed that. Beyond that, it's not rated. Why the duct melts like us? Because the weather's okay. Layer 60% done. What filament? It is Fadis Next PA GF25, which is 25% glass fiber reinforced co-extrusion PA HT. So high temp nylon, basically. 25% glass fiber filled, and it's bleu. A very nice light bleu. This is coming along pretty good. So don't forget, you know, the stream ran long today, obviously. We're 3.5 hours in. We will be doing the giveaway for the spool of Polymaker filament after this print finishes. So, who Bill Withers is. I know who Withers is. He's that one guy from Baldur's Gate. I don't know who Bill Withers is. Is it his dad? Are you saying printing PEI on PEI on PEI might not? Yeah, PEI on PEI might not work. I mean, it'll work. It just might work a little too good. It might work into the you're gonna have a bad time. Is there a functional advantage to PT1000 over PT100? No, PT100 is more accurate than PT1000. However, PT100 needs an amplifier board. I believe there are some controller boards, 3D printer controller boards that can read it natively. But PT1000 more controller boards are PT1000 is more plug and play with more controllers. PT100, you need an amplifier board, or some controller boards can, but not all of them. So it's compatibility. Like technically with this being a 500C rated hot end, because this is the 500C version, not the 400C, I should be running a PT100. I should, but I'm not because my controller board can't. So I'm using a PT1000 and it's not an E3D one. I believe it is a Mosquito one. I think I actually have a sliced Mosquito PT1000 in this, if I'm not mistaken. Nero After Dark. Technically, this isn't Nero After Dark yet because we're still doing 3D printing things. So it's not Nero After Dark. The lights are still on. I think there's newer octopuses that are. Mine are not. And this doesn't have an octopus. This has a SKR2. And I'm not going to upgrade it. It works fine. Like, to be honest, I might try printing Ultima on this and PEC, but it's not going to be production. Like, I want this right here, this material is what this machine is really designed to do. It's designed to print the higher temp stuff without going too crazy. Like, this is still a 3D printer made out of 3D printed parts. So you don't want to push it too much. Does he make candy or is that Werther's? You just sent me a DM on Discord. Peck. Ooh, okay, yeah, we'll play with that. I'll give it a shot. I'll check out the PDF. Check out the specs later. Can't stop laughing. What is this? I can't hear because my headphones are dead. It's like shit. But you know what? For a machine where it just crashed, it's printing pretty good, eh? Okay, that's one beer. Well, you print this stuff, rebuild it, and then use this to print all the... Well, actually, we're making sure this works right now with this material, printing PLA, or printing the Benchy, because the plan is if this works, which it looks like it's doing tomorrow, because I'm not going to let this run overnight, I'm going to reprint the hot end mount in this material and swap it out. So... I love how chat is completely different than, yeah, I mean, what else is there? Hey guys, look, it's printing a boat. And guess what? For the next 20 minutes, it's gonna keep printing a boat. Lead screw nuts. Lead screw nuts are fine. They got lube on them. They're fine. Even the newest Octopus only supports NTC 100K, NTC, and PT 1000 natively. Yep, like this is an SKR2 and it supports PT 1000, but it doesn't support PT 100. I do have, I wish I knew where I put it. I have a step stick drop-in board that accepts PT 1000. So basically it's an amplifier board that accepts PT 100. And you put it in where you put step sticks in your driver. So you would basically, if you have a spare step stick driver or port, you would plug that in, and that acts like the amplifier board. It's got the pinouts and whatever, works. It draws power and it works. And you plug your PT 100 into that. The problem is, I don't have a spare. I don't have a spare driver because this is an SKR2. It has 5 step stick ports, and I'm using 5 drivers. So. Have you thought about pausing at each layer and studying for artifact? Ain't nobody got time for that shit. My SKR2 decided. Well, they had the first batch of SKR2s that were bad. That had like bad, they screwed up the circuit. I just gave myself a blister on the thumb. I used to have, I don't have them anymore because I don't work in the shop anymore. But so for those that don't know the trick with Allen keys, when you're doing an Allen key, you take your Allen key, okay, you got the short end, you put it between your 2 fingers like this, right, your index and your middle finger, and you take your thumb and you can twirl it, okay? So when you got to screw in stuff really quickly, right, you do this and you can do this and you can spin it really quickly. I used to have calluses, mostly on my right hand because I'm right-handed. I used to have a callus right here because at work, we used Allen keys all the time. To build tools, right? And yeah, you got big 1-inch bolts, but a lot of times it's like, you know, 6 mil, 1/4 inch, 5/16, 3/8, and you're doing that, you know, you're spinning stuff all day. So I used to have, you can still kind of see, I have like a callus right there on that finger from doing that. You never knew that? Yeah. So for those at home, this is why I like Allen keys, because they are quicker than a screwdriver. So what you do, you take your Allen key, you take your hand, right? Do this, okay? Put it between these 2 fingers. You put it in the thing, and then you undo the screw. You do the screw up. Okay. So you just do that, and you just spin it. Now you will blister after a while, especially if you've never done it before. You will get a blister on your finger. But like, you do it enough, you'll get used to it, and it works really fast. It is faster than a screwdriver, because a screwdriver versus, you're done. So that's why I like Allen keys, because you can actually use them really quickly if you know what you're doing. EBB 42 CAN bus tool head support PT 100. Okay, yeah, if the CAN bus, yeah, if the board supports it, not all boards do, but some of the boards do. So I have a PT 100 now. So maybe in Tallboy, if the controller that I'm putting in supports it, I'll do it. I'll put the PT 100 in there, because I got a PT 100 now. So thank you, Georgia, for sending me the kit. T-handle keys are glorious for twirling. I hate T-handles. I've got T-handles because, like, again, you know, I worked in a shop. Where am I? Yeah. So I've got T-handles. You know, I like these ones because they have a little sleeve on them, so you can spin them. But it does get annoying doing this all the time. So these ones right here, these were at Princess Auto, which is Canadian Harbor Freight, basically. I only ever saw them there once, and I've never seen them since. And they were only there once. And if I knew, I would have bought like 3 or 4 sets of these, because I ended up like I've used these for 5-6 years of heavy use. And they only had them in 1 inch, right? So this is a 1/4 inch one, but they have a sleeve on them, and it's in place, so the sleeve doesn't move. So that way you just hold it and you just do this, and it would just go. It would just go. It was great. But yeah, the handles get in the way, so it depends what you're using it for, right? Like I've got like big old. Where's my 1 inch? Where is my 1 inch? Oh, I might have left it out when I quit. Yeah, I've got like there's an Allen key. You need an Allen key? There's an Allen key. I have a 1 inch Allen key. I don't know where it's at. I might have left it out when I quit, so it's gone. Like, that's not a tap. This is a tap. I probably shouldn't be opening drawers and slamming drawers while this machine is running, but whatever. At this point, whatever. That's a crowbar. Well, what's funny is you work in the trade long enough, you get all kinds of weird stuff. Do I have it in here? I might not have it anymore. I got my big old breaker bar, which isn't that big. Yeah, I don't have it anymore. I used to have a T-handle that was as long as my toolbox. I might have lent it to somebody and then quit. Yeah, I don't have it anymore. But yeah, I had a tool handle or T-handle because there was one tool we built where the engineers were pants on head, word that begins with R that you're not supposed to say anymore. And they like had no access to this one thing. So it was like, to take one thing out that you had to take out quite often, it was either disassemble the entire tool to get in there with an Allen key, or have a 5/16 T-handle that was 4 feet long. So we just welded up like a bunch of, we got a long rod and welded up, cut a 5/16 Allen key and just welded it on and made a little T-handle that would reach down this hole so you can like get at it with a weird angle. You can kind of get at the screw and get it started, and then you would loosen it and then you could take the thing out. It was stupid. Do they sell them on Amazon? I'm sure you can find them on Amazon. You can find anything on Amazon. What did you miss? We crashed the machine. We got a nice patina on it from pushing it to 1,000 C. I'm gonna call it 1,000 C. Instead of 500 C, I'm gonna call it 1,000 because it sounds cooler. And then we melted the ducts in like 30 seconds flat, but it's printing. Nice set of wearers. So my problem is I don't have good tools, because if you talk to anyone that worked in tool and mold, the problem with buying good tools is you end up doing dumb stuff with them. So what ends up happening, you buy these. You buy the on sale Sky brand wrenches. Why do you buy the cheap on sale Sky brand wrenches? Because it is 7:30 in the afternoon. You started work at 6:30 that morning. The tool ships to the customer at 8 p.m. The truck is already here and waiting, and you have 8 more hours to work on that mold because you had to fix something. And now you have to take something out that you have to cut, that you use a wrench. The problem is there's a thing next to it. So the thing that you gotta take off with a wrench is right here. Okay, it's right here. The problem is there's something next to it, and you can't get in there with your wrench and get in it because there's no room. So what you do is you take an oxy torch to your wrench and heat it up so that you can bend it, so that way you can kind of get it in that hole, you can hook onto it, and then you get another wrench and you can turn it. So you take your wrench and you put a 90 on it. Yeah, you beat the shit out of your tools in the trade, at least the tool and mold trade. So you buy good measuring tools, and that's about it. Everything else you buy cheap and used, because you're gonna take a grinder to it. You're gonna beat the shit out. Like the amount of tools I've taken discs to like shave off material so they fit in holes and stuff is ridiculous. It's yeah. So you spend the money on, like, you know, you get a good nice Minitoyo, and you know that you buy, you know, you get some, get your stare at depth mics and whatnot. Like you buy good stuff there, but when it comes to the actual like tools you use, a wrench is a wrench is a wrench. It's not like automotive. You're gonna beat on your tools. Same as tool and die. Yep, tool and die, tool and mold. I was tool and mold. I will say, for a benchy that is a sub-hour benchy, what are we at right now? What's the print time? So we're 90% done. How much print time so far? Okay, we're at 57 minutes. So it's gonna take a little over an hour. No part cooling though. For no part cooling, this is a pretty good benchy. Either that or buy crow's feet. The problem with crow's feet, because you can buy the little crow's foot, right? It's just like the little part, and you put a where are my extensions? Oh, they're in the other tool. Are they in there? Oh, are they my extensions? No. Where are my extensions? Where are my extensions? Please. Okay, yeah, here we go. Extensions. Okay. So you buy the crow's foot, you put your extension on it, and that way you can reach it. The problem is, you're reaching down into that hole, you think you got it, okay, you loosen it and you pull it out, and the extension, or the little crow's foot, fell off into the mold. And now you gotta take the mold apart to fish it out, because you can't ship it to the customer with a crow's foot hanging in it. So that's the problem, is they fall off. Because you're over torquing them a lot of the time, you get in weird positions. They usually end up breaking, shearing, or falling off. So, yeah. I know I had a set and I threw them out because they caused more trouble than they were worth. No part cooling? No part cooling. Yeah, this is high temp nylon. Like if this, also the door is open. If this door was closed, like I played with the profile. I do have a 15% part fan for this profile for actually printing, but that will be after letting this chamber heat soak for an hour to get a warm chamber, and so it'll be blowing warm air. And that's just to help with overhangs and whatnot, and help the nozzles or the ducts not melt. I feel like one-time craftsman. Yep, I'm in Canada. So yeah, we had Sears, but Sears closed and they weren't as prevalent. But we have Canadian Tire and Mastercraft. So they had the same thing where you got free unlimited warranty, and then they changed it. They had Mastercraft and then Mastercraft Maximum. So if you wanted the full warranty, you had to buy a Mastercraft Maximum product, because the regular Mastercraft was all made in China at that point. And then they just kind of stopped. Because these I broke all the time. Where are they? Impact bits. So what would happen is you would use your impact gun and you would get Allen key bits, right? Hex bits for your impact gun. So you'd be building your tool, and instead of doing, you know, 31-inch bolts by hand, you would just get your impact gun, put your hex bit on and go. Well, after like a year of solid use, using this couple hundred times a week, the bits would break and you would weld them back together, or you would shorten them because the end broke off, and then eventually you would break enough of them that the kit was useless, and then you would try to bring it back to Canadian Tire with this mangled kit and be like, hey, can I get a replacement set? And at first they'd be like, oh, okay, but eventually they hated that because, yeah, it's an $80 kit. What's the difference? PT100 is more accurate. It is more accurate through a larger temperature range. So what do I mean by accuracy? If you PID tune something at a, okay, how do I word this? Thermistors are not the best thing to use in 3D printing. You want to use PT100, PT1000, okay? But thermistors are cheap and easy, and they work across the board. But the problem is, as you get hotter, they drift. So what can happen is, if I PID tune my hot end at 300C with a normal thermistor, right? A cheap thermistor, it will probably work. The thing is though, at 300C, it might not be 300C. It might be 305. It might be 290. As you get hotter and hotter with a thermistor, its accuracy drifts. Now, it might be repeatable though. Here's the thing though, it could still be repeatable. So what that means is if you're using a thermistor that's off 20 degrees, as long as you only use that thermistor and all your profiles and your printer temps are based on using that thermistor, and you, oh, I gotta print ABS 10 degrees hotter than everyone else, but it prints fine at 10 degrees hotter. Well, hey, it might not be, you actually might be printing it at the temperature everyone else does. It's just your thermistor is reading 10 degrees hot at that temperature. So thermistors have a pretty, they're not the most consistent, okay? The beta 3950s and whatnot, they're not the most consistent. They might be accurate, but they're not consistent. PT100s and PT1000s are more accurate. PT100s are more accurate than PT1000s, but PT100s need an amplifier board, which is usually extra hardware. So, best one you can use a PT100, then a PT1000, then your normal thermistors like beta 3950s. Okay. Hot, it is done. And this is actually the first time I'm looking at it. That is not bad. It's a little wet. I'm gonna run this spool in my dryer overnight. Okay, come on. There we go. Come on up. There we go. Yeah. So I'm gonna run this in my dryer overnight to cool it down, to dry it out. And then I'm gonna reprint the ducts, because it is a little wet. It is a little wet. So let's let that cool off. I need to find my spatula. Where is my spatula? Actually, that's a good question. Where is my spatula? Oh, here it is. About making a robot dino tank with basically its body and just a normal tank and as a robotic. What? No. Ricky? A buoyant rat. Okay, that's that. Oh. Okay, that came off the bed pretty easily. Boat. So yeah, you can see it's a little fuzzy, so it is definitely wet. This filament is wet, but... Oh. Ooh. That is trying to break. I'm trying to rip the brim off. It's not ripping off. Oh, I like this stuff. Okay, I'm definitely drying this overnight. You get some weird color banding. You see the color banding there? I don't know if that's temperature. I'm wondering if that's flow rate, because you know how you get certain filaments get like matty and shiny depending how fast. So I'm thinking I have to print this slower with drier filament. But to be honest, this looks pretty dang good. And it's, okay. Where's my knife? That came off way too easily. I'm not gonna complain, it's stuck. And it had a brim, so. I'm cleaning it up. I'm gonna take some pictures and then I'm gonna try and break it. 3-layer brim. Yep. First layer ain't too bad. Could be better, but If I can't break this by hand, then you know it's good. Okay, let me. Yeah, those ducks are already melted. Those ducks are melted. Okay. Let me turn the motors off. So I'm just gonna take some photos here, and then how do I turn the motors off? Motors, where's the motor? There, that'll work. Okay. Okay. Move that there. Okay. Go. I love how it already okay, let's see, can we break it? Close up with the ducks. I will post pictures in the Discord now. 1 second. So go join the Discord if you haven't joined the Discord in the live stream channel. There we go. I posted some pictures. Pixar for the insurance club. Okay. So I'm going to put my thumb on the back here and see if I can rip the tower off. Or not, the boathouse off. Oh no. Ow. Smokestack? No. Oh my God. Ow. I can't rip the smokestack off. I love this filament. I love this filament. I don't know where that went. I love this filament though. This is obscenely strong. And it prints on a normal printer. Okay. It's over extruded and fuzzy and wet. I can't measure it. Okay, I'm gonna put the benchy down like this, and I'm gonna stand on it. Yeah, I can. I'm on it. I'm literally standing on it. All my weight. All my weight. Oh. That exploded. I got a chunk of it embedded in my foot. Did you hear that? Please tell me you heard that. It exploded, like it shattered. Like it's not like it didn't fail along the layer lines. It did not fail along the layer lines. It structurally just exploded. Look at that. Wow. Okay, this filament is awesome. Big pop, yeah. Wow. Yeah, it popped. It was loud. Okay, this filament is awesome. I'm drying it and I'm printing stuff in it. That was, wow. So how much is this Fadus? Let me see how much this filament is. Fadus filament. They sent me a bunch of this filament, so I have no idea how much this filament actually costs. I've heard really good thing about their filament before. I've used their filament before, but I haven't tried this new stuff from them. Filaments. So this is, wow, they got a lot of stuff now. Okay. Arrow, where is price best selling? ABS-GF, no, it's PAHT. Tough PETG. HT, GF, this is their stuff. So it's blue, and they sent me a ½ kilogram. So how much is it? You can't, I don't think you can buy it on their site. Maybe you can. So this is the material. If you want to know the specs, this is the material. I don't know what any of this means. There's your numbers. So yeah, I've heard good things about their ABS glass filled. I've got a spool of it here too. So I've got a spool of the, okay, so what do I got? I got ABS glass filled 25. I've got carbon, I got this, but in carbon fiber, and that is black. And then I've got a PET carbon fiber, not PETG, PET carbon fiber. That's 15%. Flame retardant polycarbonate. So, and then also, okay, got that, and yeah, so I got the ABS, 2 of the high temp nylons, 1 in carbon fiber and 1 in glass, and then the fire resistant stuff. That is cool. That is actually really, that is obscenely rigid. It's 120 CAD. Okay, I can see it. For a kilogram, that is really nice filament. I will say, hey, Fadis, you make good filament. $40 Canadian for 500 grams on 3D hub. That ain't bad. This filament, you really need a use case. This is, you need something with good layer adhesion that is really rigid. Yeah. 105 a kilogram. So yeah, it's high temp filament. It's specialty high temp filament. But that is actually, I'm actually really impressed with. I'm impressed with the hot end. It worked really nice. It'll work even better once we have it in a proper housing that doesn't melt. Giveaway. So we're gonna do the giveaway. What time is it? So if you haven't entered for your chance to win some Polymaker filament, you waited too long. The stream went like an hour late, so you waited too long. Better luck next time. You'll have another chance on Tuesday when we go back to VZBot stuff. More electrical and wiring, which I do have connections, and I do have Legos. So you go Wego. What does it sound like when dropped? Okay, let me turn off all the filters. Filters, noise suppression, compressor. Okay, you ready? Let me unclip it. That's what it sounds like. Really stiff. Really stiff. Yeah, even like you would expect it to break along layer lines for the boathouse, and it didn't. It broke across layer lines. So that means the layer adhesion is obscene on this. Because prints usually break on layer lines, right? The weakest part of a print, because I'm not going to use this, is, you know, like prints are strong this way, but, you know, once you do this, it breaks on the layer line. It's like wood grain, but. Okay, somebody give me a number between 10 and 20. Number between 10 and 20. 10 and 20. Start spamming numbers, folks. 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And will it be the lucky person in the odd color that wins? One day. One day. And the winner is, though, Andre M. Congratulations, Andre M. You have won yourself a spool of Polymaker filament, as long as you're a real human being. Let me pull up your information. Are you a real human being? It appears so. So you will get an email from me after the stream ends or tomorrow with information on how to get your filament from Polymaker. So golf claps in chat. So there we go. So what time is it now? Are we going to do Nero After Dark for a little bit? Maybe not. We'll see. I got to pull this filament out though. So yeah, so that is the E3D. Again, not a review. Not enough time for a review, but if you like the E3D Revo ecosystem and nozzles that don't leak because they're a fully self-contained unit, which for something high temperature is actually probably really nice. Hey, this is an option for you. This is definitely not something for everyone. Straight up, if you don't need to print over 300C, do not waste your money buying this. This is not for everyone. This is for people that specifically need to print 300 to 500C materials and they like the Revo ecosystem. That is who this is for. And if you fall into that description, check it out. Time for whiskey. No, the whiskey's inside. I got burr. But yeah, I'm gonna run this on the dryer tonight so that tomorrow when I print stuff on it, it'll actually be dry. Because it is a little wet. It is. That exploded like spaghetti, like several different parts went flying. Very stiff, but it prints really nice. It prints really nice. I had a benchy. If you're wondering how the bridging was, again, no cooling. Focus on the benchy. Focus on my face. Bring it in. Focus. There you go. There's the bridging. Pretty good. Nothing drooping. So, thoughts on Tri-Zero? Yeah, go for it. Just a little brittle. The thing is though, it's brittle, but it's also very stiff. So like, it takes a lot to break this. So the thing is with brittle, if you're building a printer where like on a tool head, you might crash it every now and then, like happened earlier on the stream. If you use a plastic that can give a little bit, you might not break anything like we did. It just kind of went, and kind of went, and then it went back to normal, and we're fine. But something like this would be much better until it fails. Because once it fails catastrophically. But it's really good until it fails catastrophically. Like it depends on your use case. So it's very brittle, but it takes a lot to get it to break. This has really good layer adhesion. Nylon has really good layer adhesions like PET. So you add glass fibers, which makes it even more stiff, to something that has good layer adhesion, you're gonna get a really good material. So yeah. Anyone know of a good nozzle wrench that applies the correct amount of torque? Get a Revo and you don't have to worry about that. But I do have a 3D printed one I've been using for years that works just fine. Go on Thingiverse, search like nozzle torque wrench. There's like a printed one that's like, you can put like a bit in the end. I've been using it for years. It's downstairs, I don't have it up here. I printed whatever the spec mosquito nozzles need, and I've used it for pretty much everything that uses nozzles since then, and for years, and it's never been an issue. So you can buy one. The slice one probably works for everything, but I printed one, so. It's nice to have because it does a little click once you torque it. So like you just screw your nozzle in by hand, get it started, you just go, as soon as it clicks, you're done. You open the originally, how is it wet? It just is. Some materials like this, even in a bag, will you still want to dry them. You still want to dry them because it just during production it happens. Especially, I don't know how long this was in a bag. It's been in my garage. So yes, these bags, you know, like this, they're sealed, but this bag has been this. I got a box of these in my garage all summer where it's been like 60+% humidity, sometimes as high as 80 and 30 degrees Celsius and hotter. So not the greatest environment for it. Plus in here right now, it's 55% humidity. So some materials like nylon suck up moisture. So nylon is never dry. Yeah, exactly. You really want to print this from an active dryer, but what I do is I dry it and then it goes right into a dry box. As long as you print it that day, you're okay. This is a nice blue too. It's a nice baby blue. Oh shoot, what music is playing? Is this? Okay, good, this is. Yeah, you always dry it. Any nylon, you dry it. Like if it's PETG, ABS, PLA, if it comes out of the bag, it's probably fine. You know, I've never dried ABS, to be honest. And I printed with 5-year-old PET that's been sitting out in my basement and it prints just fine. But nylon, as soon as it's out of the bag, it's wet. Just assume it's wet. It's nylon. Yeah, I think we're gonna call it there. I am tired. Yeah, I'm tired. Soak your nylon in water, it foams. Exactly, you get foaming. Foaming filament. Just checking here to see if we got anything to talk about before we wrap it up. Yeah, I think we're good. Yeah, I think we're gonna go call it here. Is nylon hygroscopic after printing? To an extent, but it's already kind of formed its final shape, so you should be okay. It sucks up moisture, which once you run it through a nozzle that's several hundred degrees above the temperature of boiling water, the water inside vaporizes and causes an undesired effect. But once it's in the form after the print, if it sucks up water a little bit, it doesn't really change much. It changes a little bit mechanically, but you're okay. So it's when it does the state change. When you take something from a solid to a semi-liquid back to a solid, if it's wet during that, you have a bad day. But like right now, it can get wet. It'll still feed fine. It's just, you know, once you vaporize the water and it'll bubble. Okay, so I think we're gonna call it there because I am tired. It is 12:15 a.m. and this has been a productive stream. This was fun. You guys have fun? Some kid hooning up and down the neighborhood in a Civic. That's it. Yeah, I got my Civic. I drop a gear driving down a residential street. I'm cool. Okay, it's gone. So yeah, so I think we're gonna call it there. I will reprint the mount for the hot end in actual high temp material because ABS melted. It's already deforming. We've done one print and it's already deforming. It was deforming before we did the print, but I also pushed it to 500C first. So yeah, this was a fun stream. Again, Tuesday we will return to VZBot. Friday is the community challenge stream, and then next Saturday we'll get back to Tallboy, regardless if the parts show up or not. I'm hoping they do. But that's what we'll be doing. That, and then next week there won't be a Friday stream because I will be driving to Earth. There will be a community Only Benchy Yacht Club stream some point, not this week, next week. Or actually, no, the Only Benchy Yacht Club stream will be this week. It'll be this week. So not this week, but next week we might do a stream on Thursday instead of the Friday. We'll see. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. That's too far in the future for me to worry. So yeah, so we're gonna call it there. Shout out to Polymaker for the spool of filament we gave away this stream and every stream. Link for them and more in the video description. Also, huge shout out to E3D. I'll just, oh, there you go. There's the box. For sending this kit. So again, this isn't a sponsored stream. They just, hey, do you want to play with this? I'm like, yep, and they sent it to me. So if you are interested in a high temperature, and I'm serious, if you're printing PLA, ABS, PETG, this is not for you. This is straight up not for you. But if you need something that can print materials that need to print at like 340 or higher, and you like the Revo ecosystem, and you like a well-made product, check it out. Link in the description. It's not an affiliate link. It's just a normal link. So if you're interested, go check it out. And also for those that donated to the stream, became members of the channel, or gifted memberships to others, I thank you. I would not be able to do the things I do, create the content I create without your continued support. You make it all possible. So yeah, we're gonna call it there. I'm gonna go throw this in the dehydrator, so tomorrow I can actually print some usable parts and swap out this hot end to one that actually won't melt as fast. So we'll see. Okay, yeah, call it there. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, be safe out there, wash your hands, and I will see you on Tuesday. Cheers.